Hump Day! What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to another Wednesday Night Toy Talk with me and all of you. And I appreciate you all being here. Got a lot of awesome people here already. Bjorn was here early at 9:47 this morning, and he said, "Schneck. And Vargo's here, but he's fired. Samuel Edwards, what is up, dude? Eric's here. TJC is here. Good to see you here, Terry. Yeah, we got a bunch of good people. Robert's Infinite Realms is in the house asking, hey, do you guys like stuff? Yeah, I like stuff. Yeah. James Lucas is here. What is up, dude? Roll Keeper's in the house. Dem guts. Brandon R. Santa Brandon is here. Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures. My brother from the 11 Charlie Mother, Bear 11 Charlie, is here. Woodman's here. George Aiken's here all the way from the UK. Good to see all you awesome people. World Made of Cardboard. How you doing? Very cool. Zoe's here. What's up, Zoe? Tell Michael he's fired. Awesome. Thank you all for being here. And we're just going to talk some toys. So tonight, to help me talk toys, really cool guy, got an awesome channel. I love this guy because I really appreciate his perspective. Not always the same perspective as mine, and that's kind of what I look for. So, yeah, I dig it. And he's also a fellow veteran. So, without further ado, I give you Grindhead Jim. What's up, dude?
How's it going, man? It's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here, man. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
How are things with you?
Good, man. Not to overuse the G word, but it's a grind. You got the day job, you got the family, you got the YouTube, you got the hobby. Everything's just go. And today is no different, but I'm feeling good.
Work-life balance, right? That's how we have those happy lives. Adam from Go Figures here. What is up, dude? Good to see you.
Nice.
I miss Adam.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
Got that work-life balance thing going on, huh?
It's interesting to me because I work here in this room on everything that's work. So whether it's making videos for YouTube, streaming for YouTube, my day job, which is also content creation. A lot of you didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that
either. It certainly wouldn't reflect in my YouTube videos because those are like punk grindcore, just get them out. Whereas the stuff I do for work is much more polished. They can be better. But the thing is, for me, it's all about substance over flash. And, so that's something but that's part of my work-life balance, I feel, is that I put the effort where I absolutely have to, whether by nature of it being a requirement of my job or a requirement of my pride. And anywhere else that you can cut corners to keep your mental health, I say do it. So that's kind of my philosophy. Largo's Lair, good to see you, brother. Hope you're feeling better.
Yeah. Jim's probably fighting with Eduardo the chicken.
That's a fight he'll lose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Woo, chickens are mean. Ted's here, too. Melvor's here. A lot of good people. Thank you all for being here and hanging out with me and Grindhead Jim. And technically, this is for you, Jim. Weird Fantastic Toy Adventure sends a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. And says, Paula says, hi, Jim.
Hey, Paula.
Very cool. Awesome. And then Zoe says, what's that? I've never heard of Balance. Yeah. Robert's Infinite Realms works in his YouTube space as well.
Right on.
I couldn't do it. I have an actual office where I do my work because I would be doing work and I do that.
Yeah, do you? But that's the plan. Like a year or so, we are going to build a house, and the plan is to have a smallish, more Spartan office, but we'll have a nicer display cabinet with the nicer toys, and then a 2.5 car garage just for toys, finished out, air conditioned, the whole thing. So exactly. But mine's going to be like a high school library, Bucker. Can we swear on this, by the way?
I almost did that.
Yeah, did you like the aisles?
I almost did. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was setting up this island in the middle, I was like, do I want it low? Do I want it like bookcase high? I don't know what I want to do. And dude, I stared at this, because a garage it's just 4 walls. There's nothing.
It's just space. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I have no idea what I'm gonna do. And I put up one of these, and then I just went around the room, right, in like a clockwise fashion, and just kind of put stuff where I thought it looked okay. And every time I'd put something, I'd be like, babe, come in here and look at this. Does this look okay? And then she would come in and she'd go, yeah, it's fine. Ugh. Go away.
What I see myself doing is I really want to focus on dioramas. So you have like a diorama, then a shelf, diorama, then a shelf, diorama, shelf, with storage underneath the dioramas if it's not incorporated. Do that all the way around, right? Then have at least 2 aisles of shelves so you can display other shit. And then in the front of the garage, where however that orientation of being, that'd be where the desk would be, and you can see stuff. That would be the idea behind it. We'll see, because I had certain ideas for this room, and they all changed too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. You're just like, whatever.
In practice, it always goes tits up, dude.
I got
Actually.
Yeah, I got actually. It's 3 walls and a door. Actually, it's not, Brandon. You see, there's the door, and I got a bunch of stuff in front of it. So, yeah. And then I messed my camera up. Whatever. Yeah, it's.
I knew that a door could be ajar, but I didn't know it could also be a wall if you blocked it. But now I've learned something. You see, you're teaching me already.
It's kind of one of those things, like anything freestanding, you can put it in front of the door. All I did was I unplugged the opener, and I'll tell you that story in a second. I unplugged the opener, and I just put stuff in front of it. So like what you see right here, this is, it's a big L, and that's where I build all my customs. And then
I got you.
Everything else to the side of it. However, pause for dramatic effect. One day I came in here and I went to turn the light on, and I hit the garage door opener, and the door started opening.
Even with it unplugged?
No, and then I just ripped it down. Yeah.
I gotcha. The plan is, like when we build it, just to not have that big front door, build it solid.
Yeah.
And maybe have a facade of some kind to make it look like it has windows or something, just to kind of do whatever. But then to have a side door that's about like a storage unit kind of door, like a half car kind of vibe. So that you can load stuff in and out of there, because otherwise it's just, why would you walk everything through the damn, inside door through the house and everything? Yeah. And then my brain goes, well, if I'm going to have this loading door, should I have like a shipping cage with like the special code and all that? And then I thought, of course I should have that. Just because like porch pirates are a thing, I want to go full tech with it and have fun. Yeah. Otherwise, why do it?
So the whole simplicity thing, right?
That's my whole life in one word. I'm telling you.
Yeah, simplicity. I hear you.
Yes.
Curb Stomp's here. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Yeah, Brendan's he's still at me. Why are you being mean, Brendan? I'm gonna tell Ginny. Yeah. So we live in military housing, right? We live wherever the military puts us, and I can't really do much to their homes, because whatever I do, I have to revert once we PCS or move out. So I just hung a bunch of landscaping fabric because I didn't like the unfinished walls, with like the tape and whatnot, the drywall tape. I didn't like that look. So I did the landscaping fabric. I soundproofed and put up like the thermal barriers on the door. And then I just put landscaping fabric in front of it, and then just started putting bookcases in front of it.
Does the job, and it protects everything. Okay.
Door.
Okay, guys. Watch out, But I like the fact that,
is it a door or a wall?
We could do a hell of a lot worse. I mean, yesterday or Monday was a thing, so we're not going there.
Yep, it was
not going there. Yeah, but I love like the modularity of everything you have. Like I've always really loved the cinder block shelf thing. Like I like the look of that. And one of the things I'm thinking about for the aisles. Like, what if I could refine that, make it a design, maybe coat I'm not even sure what branch of the service you're in.
Army, infantry.
That's what I figured. Okay.
You were a Marine, right?
All right. Yes, still am. That's what they say.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's just a saying, Chad. But I was in the Marine Corps, and towards the end, I started because with my job with Signals Intel, we worked a lot of like tech in country, tracking bad guys on cell phones, stuff like that. We pioneered all that stuff after 9/11, which is one of my favorite claims to fame of helping do that. But towards the end, the kit was getting to where we could make it portable, so we didn't have to always rely on SATCOM and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So I was exactly. So we had to teach like our recon boys and SEAL teams how to use it.
Yeah.
But resource wise, because they were already training on target where we were, I can't say where.
Yeah.
So I had to train them on base. I couldn't go to them and use their facilities. We had to make shit up, on the station we were at. Yeah. So the deal we made was I will work you as hard as I have to on the tech side, but I want to know the rigors under which you're doing this. So I'm going to PT with you guys. It's my last shot at doing this because I had been given a choice. I could either med board out or just let my contract out because they would not sign my re-up because of my back problems being as bad as they were. And I didn't want to take taxpayer money. I know, weird, right? So I said, I'll just let it run out. But I got this assignment and I loved it. So we were training sometimes in a pool, and they would use you guys. I don't know if you guys have the rubberized bricks. It's just a brick covered in rubber.
Yeah, you go down and
so I was thinking exactly. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking that stuff that they would. It's that spray shit that they sell on Made on TV. It's like vinyl that you just spray over like a patch, like the one that like they have a leak. You know what I'm talking about? Fix not. Yeah. So I thought it'd be cool to get cinder blocks, coat them in something like that, so they have like a matte finish.
Yeah.
And then like do the same thing to the boards, like make everything super stylized, But then, when I get the materials, I may just go, and just buy shelves again. But again, ideas. But I like the idea of rubberizing them because they're less likely to break if something falls. Plus, the rubber on rubber, it'll grip. They won't sag as much. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the brand name, Flex Seal. Yeah, the generic plastic dip. Yeah.
It's exactly what I. Thank you.
Yeah, aerosol spray plastic. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Michael says Chad has a deployable mobile exhibit facility. Can I steal that? Can I keep that, please? May I?
I thought they called that flashing when we were kids.
Yeah, exactly. Let me back up to the chat for a minute because we had a bunch of people come. Steven's here and says, I love this. Toy Talk is badass. Glad I found this channel. Thank you for being here, man. Thanks for hanging out with me and Jim.
Awesome.
Michael asks, is there AC heat in there? In here? Yes.
That's a must. Your station too.
Yeah, because all the PVC stuff will start sagging. And then in the winter. Yes, I live in the desert, but I'm like 7,000 feet above sea level, high desert, right? So it gets super cold here.
Oh, yeah. And that's just great for vintage Joes. It's perfect.
Yeah. You just start hearing like... Perfect.
You just, each night it just goes a little further up the arm. Yeah.
Melvor says, looks good. Didn't realize there was a garage door back there. Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're Melvor's not very observant either.
No, that's not true. Why isn't everyone smashing that like button? It's Grindhead Jim, for crying out loud. Yeah, it's Jim. Do it, Doug. Do it for Jim. Zazel's here, all the way from Australia. Love you.
Love that dude.
Yeah. Zazel's freaking awesome. Embargo says a door can be a wall, but a wall can't be a door.
Oh, sure it can. With enough force.
You kind of talked a little bit about your time. There were a few times where we had to raid, an area. We'll just call it an area. And
sure.
A lot of those buildings aren't very sturdy. So, you just need to make a dynamic entry opening and you just hit the corner with a truck. And I just made a giant door. Yeah. and then everybody just pours in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, there's a reason that you hear the term "make a hole" over and over again.
Make a hole. Yep. Jason's here. What's up, dude? Jason says, "Hey guys," and then Keith Knight says, "Evening, you sexy bastards." Good evening to you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. And then your mom can be a door or a wall, man. Yeah, that's terrible. Oh, Mikey from JMK Custom Works is here. It says, GIs, yo, evening, gents, and Chatimus Maximus. Good to see you, Mikey. Samuel says, when my dad was stationed at Fort Gordon, Georgia, we lived there for 6 years. He had so many holes to patch in me and my sister's rooms from all the posters we put up over the years. Yeah, they're not so bad now because military housing's all privatized now. They're like, unless it's the size of a quarter, they say just leave it. And then they deal with it. Rachel Salinas. What's up, Rachel? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out with me and Jim. Thanks for hanging out with this dude over here. And then Steven says, thank you. Thank you, Steven. A door can be ajar. Jim, what do you think about that?
Well, I know the first time I was made aware of this fact was when my very best friend in the 5th grade, his parents got a brand new Plymouth Reliant K car, and it had a voice. And if you opened the latch of the lock on said door, it would tell you, your door is ajar. The door is ajar.
Yeah.
And I thought it was the most profound thing I'd ever heard. Did not realize that AI at that time was capable of philosophy. So I will say that was, again, that's almost 40 years ago, at least 35 years ago. And if that's a concept that very basic in-car computer could grasp, I think we all can grasp it. Doesn't matter how hard you try. It can be that. You just have to be able to focus your energy. It could be force. It could be force of will. Depending upon your fandom, it could be the force. Doesn't matter. Of course, could be ajar because that K car told me so.
Dad jokes, people. Dad jokes. I love it.
That's right.
Johnny B. Custom sends a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Johnny, and says, hi, dudes. Smash the like button and share it like it's war propaganda.
Okay.
Do it, Doug. Thank you very much, Johnny. Brandon, cold in New Mexico. You say, how cold is cold? It's not Canada cold, man. Okay, calm down with your Canada flex. Calm down. Cold. Like 15? I don't know. Cold. But That's cold here sucks. The cold here sucks because it never snows. It's the desert. There's like no moisture. So it's like clear skies, not a single cloud. And I'm like, why is it 20 degrees? There's no reason. Like if it's 20, I need
exactly.
No.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like if it's below freezing, I don't want to hear any arguments about whatever. Cold is cold, and it wreaks havoc any way you slice it. So just
asking from downtown Canada, low key.
I didn't realize Canada had a downtown.
Yeah, downtown Canada. And then since
it has a red light district.
Yeah, red light district, downtown Canada. Since we're all making low-key dad jokes, one time I made my shelves out of cardboard. I've
actually seen them. They're breathtaking.
Yeah. All of his stuff made out of cardboard is awesome.
Yes.
Ooh, Jer Bear Man Cave, a real question. Any interest in the Ramen Musk Chad? Could use for 1/18 scale. I could, right? That's that, modular, underground, whatever. I'm gonna watch him on 3POA with Ryan after you and I hang out, and I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna put a little more focus on that. So I'll get back to you on that, Jer Bear, possibly, maybe.
You're talking about the sewer set that he's doing?
Yeah.
Modular. What I've seen of it, it has a lot of potential, and the price point for what you get is not horrible. It's just about, I'd say 50, at least 25% higher than I'd like to pay for something like that. But you can't have what you want. The market sets the price. It's a small company. Yeah. I totally get it. Yeah. But it is cool. It's a cool idea.
Yeah, that's true. Samuel said he used to shoot the walls with a BB gun. And then here's
Smaller
another
than a quarter, though.
I guess another dad joke. A nice Reliant automobile.
Yes. Yes.
I identify as a jar.
Not surprised. Not surprised. Put a lid on it, Melvord. How about that? Put a lid on that jar.
Yeah. And Woodman just subbed to your channel, Jim.
Oh, thanks, Woodman. Really
Very
appreciate
cool.
that.
If you guys aren't subbed
See you around.
to Grindhead Jim, please go sub to him. Please, please, please. Look at now, everybody's laughing at me. That's not cold. I remember when these people used to be nice to me back in the day, last week. Mike Layton, did you hear the one about the deaf guy? Neither did he.
Wow.
And then Michael is adding to Brandon's statement. Downtown Canada is essentially Toronto.
Having been to Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver, I have to say I agree. I think that's pretty straight up.
Well, I'm going to Canada this December, so we'll see what it's all about.
Whereabouts?
I've been to Canada before briefly. London, Ontario. I'm going to go visit Jay Bartlett and
nice.
Brandon
Nice
and
area.
all the people who are not nice to me today. Yeah, I'm going to go visit all of them. Yeah. James Lucas says, I'm not familiar with Jim, but I will definitely check his channel out after this. Please do, James. Very good stuff. Eric says, for a guy who lives on hell, cold is anything below 20 degrees Celsius, right?
Yeah,
that's what I would think. George Aiken, I have 8 play sets made out of cardboard. 4 of them are the Palatoy Death Star. I don't know.
Probably. At least one of them is. I know George has at least one of them.
For sure.
At least he should.
Will's here. What's up, Will? Good to see you, buddy. He says, look at these two. The best dudes on YouTube. That would be you and this guy. Thanks for being here, Will. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I think we're pretty caught up. Oh, wait, I'm too toxic now.
Too toxic. No, there's a line apparently that you've crossed.
Look at that, his wife's getting in on it. Why is everybody? You quit it. Yeah, and then Brittany, right? Because toxic. Oh, here we go.
Right.
Okay.
Just keep the knives, put them away. No dancing tonight.
Don't have Death Star. You don't have the Palatoy Death Star?
That's surprising. I would have thought for sure a guy like George, his fleet building. Like, he goes beyond trooping. He fleet builds action force. And I'm just like,
talk about, because I have one shadow track, and George sent me the toe spike unbroken because the one I had, it was snapped off, and he sent me that, which was awesome. And anytime somebody talks about shadow track, George is like, yeah, I got like 42 of them. It's no big deal. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Daredevil Dave's back. I'm back, ladies. Aren't you glad I wasn't gone long? Yes, I'm very glad you weren't gone long. Thank you. TJC says, Chad, give my stream from earlier tonight a watch. It's a game modeled on you. Did you go all Leroy Jenkins or what? Michael is crying because he's not the best on YouTube. Jeez, Chad.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Got a good format that I enjoy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What is this? Are there soft shells in the room? I don't know what's going on.
I don't know if he's talking about pasta or the old soap, soft soap. Always had seashells on their soap. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to link this together. It's the worst game of Clue I've had in a while. Okay,
put it together. I don't know. Jim Largo says we support the antitoxin that it's Chad provides a community. Keep on keeping on. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. I don't know. Dude, I don't want to get into it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I really don't. We're here to talk to Jim about toys. We're not here to talk about that. Okay? We're not here to talk about that. Here we go. Chad, you guys need to ask this dude questions. Chad, do you have any of the Joy Toy figures playsets? I do. Those are all Joy Toy mech bays back there. And then I have a couple more on the floor interspersed throughout my Joe room. I love them because they're modular and you can plug and play them how you want.
Those are the ones that they all come with like a display stand that you can like click together and make like a massive thing.
Yeah, it has like a base, and you can put the walls and the stairs and all that stuff. So, yeah, that's actually 3 separate parts of the mech bay that you can get, and I just made them all lengthwise like that and put the staircases off the sides just so they would fit there. I pretty much just use it to display figures and a couple of fire bats.
I mean, there's no wrong way to do it. It's yours.
Yeah, that's right. James Lucas, are you going to Canada to play with Jay's toys? Yes, I am. And we're going to play some music too. I don't know. He wants to do some live streams, jam. I don't know. We'll see. Most of it is probably the original Palatoy Action Force base.
There you go.
There you go. Nolan's here. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with me and Jim. Soft shell crabs.
Oh, gotcha.
Anyway, did you see the weather in Ohio? Know what's going on in Ohio? I don't know. Just Jeff's here. Says, hey, Chad. Hey, Jim. Jim, what are you hunting after, vintage or modern? Oh, thank you for the segue, Just Jeff. Let's go. What do you got?
So modern, I'll get out of the way in the sense of like, I tend to keep up pretty hardcore on the stuff that I am collecting. Like really the things I'm always searching for tend to be Walmart or Target exclusives that are just, they elude me in the DFW Metroplex because people pick them clean. So I rely on the, good fortune and helpfulness of others. So a good example of that would be like currently in Motu Origins, they've got the last 3-pack. It's the last little gasp of Sunman in that line. Yeah. And it's called the Rulers of the Sun 3-pack. And Target very infamously canceled pretty much every pre-order. It's not in stock yet. It is showing up on shelves all the same here and there. So I'm really heavily after that 3-pack as it, one, it will, close out the Sunman thing. So it's like, as someone who's collecting Motu Origins retail complete, that's like, okay, the Sunman portion is done. I can be like, I have a complete Sunman collection now. It's blocking my view of the earth, but I love it, Mortimer. And very so there's good, that. That's a big one that I'm looking for. And then it's just kind of rando stuff. Modern, I'm really on the lookout for the 1/18th scale, those mech walkers that they have from Chapman that you can get at like Dollar Tree and stuff. And they have an olive green one that I really want. I want to use those for my final faction. So those are like some modern stuff. Vintage, I have an incomplete G.I. Joe headquarters from 82, and I am trying to figure out what parts I'm actually missing from it. So I'm looking to complete it. I'm getting a 3D printer in a month or two. So I want to be able to print a lot of like the smaller parts, but I'm looking at like the larger pieces to make sure that at least the outer shell is all original. And then I could just pull it in and do all that stuff. That's probably the big thing vintage-wise that I'm looking at. If certain people were in chat, they would say I'm looking for a Superpowers Collection Justice Jogger, but I'm not. Not really. Like, I hate that thing. But
sure you don't want it? You don't?
If someone just gave me one in the box, I'd be like, cool, thanks. Appreciate that.
I'll tell you, if I got my hand on a Lexor 7, I would customize the shit out of that thing. Because I love the lines on the Lexor 7.
I might have a shell. And if I do, it's yours. You can have it.
Speaking of your 83 headquarters, when you get it all laid out, if you use 3djoes.com, shameless plug for Carson, and you figure out what you don't have, let me know, because I have a box full of spare 83 headquarter parts. So let me know.
I'll be on that.
Yeah,
I'll be.
I got extra bays, walls, whatever. Just hit me up and I'll whatever I got that you need, it's yours. Speaking of 3D printing and the G.I. Joe headquarters, right? A lot of people get hung up on that. Well, the 83 headquarters doesn't look like the one from the cartoon because it's not, right?
It isn't.
I always wanted to 3D print the facade of the Sunbow headquarters.
Yes.
Just to have it, like maybe against a wall, just like this tall ass facade.
Well, so here's the thing with that. If we can source someone to design it in CAD, I'll do all the printing for both of us.
Rad.
Yeah,
I've seen versions of it.
Yeah.
on like Thingiverse, but it's that facade, but it's almost a display stand for classified figures. I did find that. It's a little weird.
It's a good starting point, though.
Yeah, it is. The starting point is good. The bones of it are pretty awesome.
Okay.
Let me back up for a second. So Pop Actor's here. Thanks for being here, Rick, and says, weird, fantastic toy sent me here. What a good dude. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
I've got more questions for you that I've been starring as we were talking.
Okay.
Let's go to this one real quick, and then I'll back up. Question for you both. Which G.I. Joe vehicle did you actually see, use, or climb aboard while serving in the military? Hammer, USS Flag, etc.
For me, it would be a Mobat, because that style of tank is still readily accessible on most bases. And I actually have a picture of me sitting on the turret of one, pantomiming that it's actually my genitalia, as one does when they're young and stupid. Yeah, but yes, Mobat. And it's also my favorite vehicle.
120 millimeter smoothbore cannon. Why not?
Shouldn't it be? Everyone should have that.
What vehicles have I actually climbed on, put my hands on? Okay, so the MMS, also known as the Hawk missile system, which is why Colonel Hawk got that name. That's the Coastal Defender, the version of a Mobat, the SOF for Special Operations, right? The Special Operations Community version of the Ostriker. The Bridge Layer, also known as AVLB, what we jokingly call a very large bridge, the Army AVLB, the Bridge Layer. I've messed around on that. Boy, what else? I've been on an LCAX, so I guess technically a killer whale. I've been on a killer whale.
I've been on a carrier. I've touched an F-14, so yeah, that covers Flag and Sky Striker. I thought we were picking one, so yeah.
Yeah, the Thunderclap, because right over here at the National Nuclear Science Museum, they have the real world vehicle that the Thunderclap is based on. I've been on that.
Nice.
Yeah, Sky Striker, Dragonfly, right, which is just a Cobra, AH-1 Cobra. A bunch. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing.
That's a cool question.
Cobra. I think the first time I saw the Cobra copter, like on film, was probably Iron Eagle. I think because I used these. The Army had those in service at the time, and that's where it was filmed. And I saw that, and I freaked out because I still had my Dragonfly at that. Dragonfly! Yeah. And that's when I realized, aside from the Mobat, that there were a lot of real world examples, which was one of the coolest things about the ARA line.
ARA.
I can't.
A real American. Real American. The Rattler. A10.
Oh, yeah. A10. Yeah. I think that one I thought was too obvious.
It's kind of one of those things I have to look around and go, yep. And the, I'm looking at the A-Team version right here. Hold on. The Ghost Striker X-16, the F-16. Fighting Falcon? Yes.
Right on.
Yeah, very cool. That's an awesome question. Thank you for that, World Made of Cardboard. James Lucas asks, Jim, what is your favorite line to collect? And that was a question I had for you. What lines do you like to collect?
Okay, so I want to caveat this in as much as there's some stuff that I have that I'm more or less done with, but they are my favorite line. And there's stuff I like to actively collect, but all that aside. Number one toy line, hands down, is Superpowers Collection Vintage. I have complete Series 1, Series 2 with smatterings of Series 3. I'm not really into Series 3 very much at all. I am looking to get a Cyborg at some point, but I also have my fingers crossed that Toys R Us, Todd McFarlane, Jesus, will do a reissue, because they've done a lot of variants and stuff like that. Yep. And the modern Todd McFarlane Superpowers collection, by and large, is a great extension of that.
Yeah, I have the Batman because I really like him. He's just clean.
The detective one.
Yep.
Yeah, I have two of those because I want to keep one on card for as long as I can until I can't stand it and rip them open again.
Yeah, he's just in my game room, just sitting off to the side.
That is, I would say, almost inarguably the best Batman figure in that scale that's ever existed, because it takes that classic. Exactly. It just captures that the Super Friends look. If you look at a different light, it's very Neil Adams. It ticks all the check boxes and still pays homage to the original sculpt from back in the day. So it's an awesome one. So Superpowers collection for sure is my favorite. But I'm also very much associated with Motu Origins. I am a retail completist. I've got everything so far. The only thing that I'm missing that's been released that's not a crazy exclusive is like the new Lady Hiss, but my buddy Bjorn snagged that for me because I wasn't able to do it at the time. And that's about the only thing that isn't in this room right now from that line. Everything else. So
very cool.
And
Ray Bob's here and says, "Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead."
I have a bunch of stuff I collect, but I would have to say like in the top three: Superpowers, Motu, and then it's really a difficult toss up between your Action Force, your Classifieds, and Marvel Legends, which I have a smattering of all of them by quite a bit. I don't like to pick favorites when I get into those. I just love them all.
So scale's not a thing with you. You're just whatever speaks to you, you just grab it.
Yeah, because Bill Wifta gave me an Insta collection of Vintage Joe. I wanted a lot of Vintage Joe, but the price point from when I started collecting, in earlier of 21,
yeah,
it was like this isn't tenable, and I'm not going to have enough where it feels like it's like I need to collect everything else, or I can collect Joe, and that's kind of price wise where it was. And then this box shows up on my doorstep, and it has like 30 figures with all the accessories, handful of vehicles, and parts of a base. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'm collecting this now. So
G.I. Joe
I love those. Yeah. And I absolutely adore the Final Faction stuff when it came out. And the main reason I liked it is because it gave me that feeling of getting Joes when I was a kid. So
doesn't it? It really does.
It does. And it's something where if I like it, I get it. And if I don't like it, I don't get it. It's that simple.
Yeah.
I don't mess around with that stuff too much.
I really like that. Let me read this real quick and then I'll get back to my thought. Beta Ray Bob's here and says, "Hello, all. Been listening in while fixing dinner. Like button already clicked and already subscribed to Chad and Jim. And Desert Mountain Cold is no joke." Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Beta Ray Bob on point as usual.
Yeah, Beta Ray's good. So
okay.
I really like the fact that you're not hindered by being a focused collector. You're just like, if I like it, if it speaks to me, I'm going to get it. But at the same time, I like being a focused collector because I can focus. I sort of have blinders. FOMO. I know we're kind of going to talk about that in a little bit. I guess we're talking about it now. I know people love that freaking term. I can't stand the term FOMO, for fear of missing out, but that doesn't affect me. Does it affect you? Do you ever feel that the weight of missing out?
I would be lying if I said I never had like a wave of panic about not being able to get something that I should have access to.
Yeah.
I don't have a fear of missing out. I have a fear of paying too much. Big difference. Because if I want it, I'm getting it. Okay. But I am really stingy when it comes to this stuff. And store exclusives have really been like kind of the bane of modern collecting for a very long time. It's not just the last 3 years when everyone and their grandmother decided they want to start collecting toys, like myself.
Nope.
I got into it. It was like I've got collections of every other kind, and I fell into a really great job that paid me what I was worth. And I was like, well, I have the money now. Let's just grab some stuff. And at first, it was just going to be superpowers, but then it grew as it always does. Sure. So when it comes to FOMO, it really comes down to me a matter of, do I really want this, or is it a perceived need? When it talks about things like completionism or, things like that. So I focus my collections to a certain degree. Like with Superpowers, I said, I'm only getting the first 2 series and I'll get some of the 3rd series stuff. I don't need to have it. Right. And I've had people call me out, you don't have a complete collection. I'm like, it's the collection that I want and it's complete. And I'll upgrade it and downgrade it as I please. You go back to your toy room there, buddy.
You don't have a complete collection because you don't have a vinyl cape Jawa, actually.
Right. Just Jawa. Like with
so what?
Right. just like with the Motu Origin stuff, I'm retail complete, and I have almost all the Mattel Creation stuff that they put out. And as the line moves in that direction with the vintage stuff, I am going to be very vigilant with that stuff. Right. So sometimes I'll make a buying decision. So when I get Pile of Loot come in, like, here's a secret all of you can use at home. Put a fake credit card on your Big Bad Toy Store Pile of Loot and pre-order anything you might want. When it comes in, the charge will fail. You'll get an alert. You get to go on your Pile of Loot and say, what do I really want here? And then just flick the stuff out, whether if it's in stock and you think you can get it like when you next paycheck or something, or after a dividend clears, or if you see that it is definitely harder to get, you really want it and you're going to pay for that right away, or you're like, I don't know why I pre-ordered this, I don't want it, and just chuck it out the bucket. So
what the hell was I doing at 3 a.m.? Get out of here.
Some of those things I've seen, I'm like, what in the heck is this? But you have to make those decisions for yourself. FOMO, I often think, really comes down to seeing someone else have that thing you didn't get and then being envious. So it's a fear of being envious.
Hypnosis.
You have to. Exactly. You have to.
Hypnosis right there. Yep.
You've got to be able to take care of business. And like, I ordered one time, and only one time did I ever do this. It was very early in my collecting. I pre-ordered an entire wave of Marvel Legends at one time, like in a package deal that Big Bad Toy Store was doing. And I got it, and I went, I like this Build-A-Figure. I don't like this Build-A-Figure had to have bought 3 other figures to get that Build-A-Figure like this Build-A-Figure. Yeah. Never did it again. And I pick and choose throughout the whole line. I pick and choose through classifieds. And I have a very strict kind of filter when it comes to Action Force, for example. Like, I get all the marquee characters in Action Force and a small smattering of troops. I don't go nuts and do full-blown legions of troops. Yeah. Although if you do that, great. But it's not what I need it for. I just want these badasses to look badass, and I'm happy. Whereas classifieds, I'm more focused on the characters that I really identified with or liked growing up, and some of just the ones that, like, certainly I was aware of, I liked, but the classified version is just so cool looking. Like, okay, I'll do that, but I do not need to have everything. I don't. And
yeah. I'm not a completionist.
It depends.
Either. Yeah, I would say I'm focused, but I don't know if that would be untrue anymore, because originally it was just G.I. Joe. And then I was like, well, Transformers and G.I. Joe crossed over in the comics, so I'm going to get the hits, Optimus, Megatron, Soundwave, Devastator, blah. And then I'm like, well, I'll pick up that Masterpiece Shockwave. Now I got Galvatron. Now I've got Headmasters. Yep. Now I've got RC. And, it's like, so that's kind of with me. They're sneaking in there more and more. And then exactly. I've got, in my head canon, Megaforce, Mask, Metal Gear Solid, all of that. I just throw it all into my G.I. Joe head canon. So I've got like Megaforce customs and Mask customs and, Foxhound customs and Solid Snake and freaking Snake Plissken's hanging out over here, from Marauder Gunrunners. So it works. It just works.
You're gonna sit there and bleed.
Yeah.
Do something.
Rachel says, I could see Super 7 doing the Sunbow headquarters. Hey, look at that. That's awesome. You got your OBS.
Thanks, guys. Running? Yeah, I was using a virtual camera, so I want to mute that now. That was annoying.
No, that's cool, man. Leave it up. I agree with this. I could see Super 7 doing a Sunbow headquarters.
Yeah, they could, but they also charge $700 for it.
Yeah, but if it's, dude, if I was the Thundercats guy, I would jump on that Cats Lair. I would. I freaking would.
Do we want to go down this road now?
Nah, probably not. Okay. I do want to ask you this though. What's your thought on that Cobra Mothership?
I think that for the price they're likely to charge, it's still scaled down too much. I love the idea. It's a ballsy move, but based upon what they're charging for just the simple armor suits and what the rumored price on the Trouble Bubbles are, I feel like that's going to be way above the price point it should be. That thing is $250 tops in my book, and they're probably going to charge 4 or 5, maybe even try to get to 6, because that thing
I was saying 5 to 6 in my
Yeah.
brain housing group. That's what I was thinking. I
Mhm.
like the idea, and I completely agree with you on virtually every point. I do believe it's ballsy. Like, I will give Brian and all those guys credit for, like, yeah, we're gonna make that Cobra Mothership from the the Sunbow series intro. But what I've always said since the moment I first saw it, when you scale down the Millennium Falcon or you scale down the USS Flag, because that's not true 1/18 scale for a Nimitz
Nope.
class aircraft carrier.
No.
It still maintains its identity.
Right. So
But this mothership, you scaled it down so much it looks like a frisbee to me. It's just
exactly.
it's like a circle.
And if it maintained the relative scale of things within the GI Joe, the established scaling, the way it tends to work,
right,
that'd have been fine with. It didn't do that. It's even a bit smaller than that. And again, knowing they're going to charge, yeah, and it's like knowing that the price they're likely to charge, it should be a bit bigger, even if that's unused space. Just give me the bigger wingspan, dude.
Yeah, just
or give me the option, so I have pieces I can put on the edge to make it wider if I want. If I need a smaller space, I can take them off. It's not that much plastic. Doesn't cost that much. Make it happen, you cowards. You have time.
Cowards. Freaking cowards. Wilhelm asks, Grindhead, what's your favorite toy behind you, and why is it that Toy Biz Galactus?
So that's a box of Toy Biz Galactus that Wilhelm graciously sent to me, and it's not the cheapest piece to get. It was really cool, and it is one of my favorites back there because the artwork is so stark. However, I regret to inform it is not my favorite. My favorite, which is not quite seeable. No, you can't see it from here. But I have the Amazing Fantasy 15 Marvel Legends Spider-Man.
Right.
I have them in both the 3 3/4 inch and 6 inch. That's my favorite character design ever. So that's my favorite. Close second would probably be my Transformers Skyfire, because I wanted one so bad as a kid, and I finally bought one. Yeah, he's on there, isn't he? It's a great toy.
That's a hard question. What's your favorite toy behind you? Like, that's a hard question to ask. I would say 90 to 95% of collectors. What's your favorite toy behind you?
Right, but here's the best part. If he'd asked me that in like a week, it would be an easier answer, because I have 8 bins of toys that have yet to go on the shelf.
Oh,
so the first shelf to go up is going to be Superpowers. My Hall of Justice will be there. That's my favorite toy that I have.
Hey, I gotta hit this. Brandon R, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. They don't let me give Timmy's cards for your voyage to Canada, so here you go. Tim Horton is the name of God in Canada, if you don't know. That's a coffee shop, yeah? Tim Horton?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you betcha. Coffee's actually really good. Really good there.
Thanks, Brandon. We'll have to go there, and I will buy all of you coffee when I come up. And I can't wait, man. Thank you so much. TJC, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says, just to say you are both legends. You are, my friend, and I will go watch your video as soon as Jim and I are done hanging out with all of you freaking awesome people. Here's another question. I think you kind of hit this. This is from Jason. Yeah, what lines of figures do you normally collect?
My mainstay, really, despite my favorites, my mainstay is Motu Origins, and I kind of keep some stuff around that. That's my big one. Yeah. But I like a lot of 1/12 scale stuff. Like, I have a ton of that, and I'm just breaking back into the 4-inch and 1/18 stuff. So I love superheroes, military stuff, the fantastical, somewhere in the middle. But that doesn't go to the places most people would think they go. Like, oh, you're a big Motu guy. Do you collect Mythic Legions, or are you gonna get all of Savage Crucible? No, I'm not.
Buy that
I got
super
Motu.
Expensive Mondo freaking cat. Yeah.
No. Mondo has some of the best sculptors in the business, bar none.
Yes,
but
they do.
but their pricing acumen is completely askew. I'm never going to buy anything from Mondo if they keep the pricing the way it is.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
The ma'am loves Battle Cat, my wife, and I saw it and I was like, oh, she would love that. And then I saw the price. I'm like, she probably wouldn't love it for that price.
No, if she likes Battle Cat that much and just wants a Battle Cat, go back and get the Masterverse Battle Cat, which is really nice.
I did, yeah, and the Origins Battle Cat, yeah. So,
oh yeah, the Origins one's good.
Every time I find a Battle Cat, I just pick it up for. Like, we were at some rinky little toy show here that we always go to. It's fun, you know. It's local people, and they had a Battle Cat, and I was like, boop.
Quick little side note before I forget to tell you, the Cartoons Classic Filmation based line they're doing now, which is the extension of Origins.
Yes.
It's almost certain they're going to do a Cringer at some point. Whether he's going to be on a single card or packed with Prince Adam, who knows? Yeah. But keep an eye out for that, because if she likes Battle Cat, she's got to like Cringer.
Yeah. Will says, I recently got some Joy Toy stuff from a good friend, and I'm going to be unboxing them live this Sunday. Shameless plug. Dig it.
Cool.
Well, we just echoed your shameless plug, buddy. And then Just Jeff, Jim, come to Back Alley in Garland, Texas on Saturday. We're going to have a bucket of stuff.
Is that right? Okay. I'm about 45 minutes from Garland. I might have to do that.
This I command!
Yeah, very good. All right, now I'm going to get back to the regular super chat. Oh, JLS Comics is here. What's up, buddy? It says, what's up, Chad, Jim, and chat? Good conversation so far. Well, now we can ruin it because JLS is here. Thanks for being here, buddy. And then Jason says, I like your style. Like it, get it. Don't like it, don't get it. That's how it should be, right? Like, if it speaks to you, freaking go for it. You know, as long as your power's still on and you got a roof over your head, right? Just freaking have at it.
Exactly.
Very cool. Oh, now we're talking about living in Kingman, Arizona. I lived in Kingman for a while. I had to go. Okay. I don't know what that is. Steven says, I was in ROTC in high school in the 80s and a huge Iron Eagle fan, and even did a presentation report on the F-16. Absolutely love that fighter. Yeah. The base that I just PCS'd away from to where we are currently was a fighter squadron base, and all they had were F-16s. And I'd be sitting in my Joe room doing something or recording a video. Kind of awesome, kind of annoying. Boom! And then the sonic booms would go off, and then you would just in the background hear, right?
Right, exactly. Because I would
do it again.
Yeah, I was down in Pensacola for a little over a year, almost 2 years, and
awesome.
Yeah, but it's awesome until the Blue Angels are over your, barracks or your apartment.
Yeah,
twice a day, every day.
I did like living on a fighter base. Where we live now, it's all C-130s, no Hercs, right? Just like normal C-130s. The Herc is the Hercules for anybody, right? The AC-130. It's the attack version, also known as the Spooky or the Spectre. So it's all C-130s, RPAs, which are, drones, right? Remotely piloted aircraft. And the V-22 Osprey, the Widowmaker. So when the Ospreys fly over my house, way in the back of my mind, I'm like, please don't crash into my house. Please don't crash into my house. Because, I don't really trust the Ospreys, and they fly low. They fly low.
Yeah, they don't have the best service record.
They don't. Yeah, that's why we call them the Widowmaker. It's the same thing with the Black Hawk, right? The UH-60. When we were still working out the kinks on those in the 90s, my medcom, when I was 351st MASH before I became infantry, I was a combat medic first. We got all Black Hawks. Nobody wanted to ride in them, because they were just crashing. Everybody called them Crash Hawks, and it was like, don't.
Well, I remember when the Ospreys were still in the testing phase, and you'd see all the time on the news, like this crashed here, this crashed there.
Yeah, they would roll.
And then you
they just.
Yeah.
Scary. When they work great, they're awesome. When they don't,
well, yeah,
you see it on the news.
Right.
Whatever.
But there's a reason that your classic, chopper, Huey is still in service. It just works. Yeah. Rapid troop deployment,
Yeah, the Huey or the Iroquois is completely time tested aircraft. It is
Oh yeah,
amazing.
and I know it from experience for the simple fact that I was once strapped to one on the side seat while wearing full gear plus communications gear.
Were you in the
And
monkey
we were-
harness where you were like leaning?
just the seat, the lap belt only, and we took a bank over some treetops, and I'm looking at trees. I swear a branch hit me in the nose. There's no way that happened, but it felt like it. And I'm afraid of heights, so that was fun. But I got there safe, and I got home safe, so I'm fine. You know.
Yeah. I will say the Blackhawks now, like the D and the F variants, they have so much power. They're good now. They're really good now. Like when I feel bad for the amount of people that will never experience that kind of power when you board this aircraft and you jump into your little jump seat and you feel that they are doing everything they can to keep that thing on the ground.
That thing on the ground.
Like this monster just wants to go whoom and just lurch. And when they do, it's freaking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Robert's Infinite Realm says, I agree with Jim. Fear of paying too much is a trap.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the name of the game, right? Like if you want it, you're going to get it. So either you're going to get it before you pay too much or you're not. And then later on, you're going to go.
Depending upon what it is, though, when it comes to price, it's a waiting game. You know,
Agreed.
Whether modern or vintage, you have to. I set a budget for my Millennium Falcon back there. I set a budget and I paid about half of what my budget was because I got lucky. And sometimes that happens.
My Sergeant Savage P-40 Warhawk. I have looked at it and looked at it and looked at it for maybe 3 years. For 3 years, I'm just sitting around. I do what my friend Nathan, his wife Cindy, she calls it doom scrolling. And so I sit there and I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I look on eBay because I just, Sergeant Savage P-40 Warhawk. Nope, not paying that, right? And then I just put my phone down. A buddy of mine posted it on Facebook like, hey, I'm selling this Sergeant Savage P-40 Warhawk. It's only missing one missile. One missile. That's like nothing, right? I could get one missile on eBay for like $6. And dude, I got that thing at maybe a third of what I've seen posted. But you're absolutely right. Like it's a marathon. It is not a sprint. Like collecting should be fun. Right? And that's why I always say, like, just keep toys fun, man. And but, I have to agree with, go ahead.
There's the other side of that too, though. That when you're being given a good deal,
yes, but
it's still not within your price range of what you're willing to pay. And having not the fear of missing out, but the courage to walk away. This happened to me a couple days ago. And I won't divulge names or prices, but a friend of mine has a carded superpower cyborg, and it's an extra. And he's like, I'm about to list this, but I want to give you first crack. And he gave me a price. It was a really good price. Given the current market, it's a really good price. But it's more than double my budget for that particular figure. And I thought about it, and I talked to my partner, and I can't. I can't justify it. Even though it's a good deal, I can't do it. So, but it's one of those things where that would be the best possible way to get that figure. Because one, I'm getting it from a friend who knows exactly what I'm going to do with it.
Right.
He's giving me a good deal, and he knows that when it arrives, I'm going to open it, son of a bitch, on camera, and just fill my goblet with the tears of my enemies. But was that worth the price? That a very reasonable price he was offering. It's like, nah, I'll wait. I'll either get one or I won't, and that's just how it is.
That's the thing, right? It's the I've been in this game long enough where I can balance everything out. Do I want to buy something that's incomplete? Do I know if I can complete it? Do I care if I complete it, or would I rather have something in my collection that's 70% complete versus never have it? Do I want to buy something that's this expensive but complete and then open it on and on and on, right? And that's what we do all the time, right? It's what we call in my world, we call it an OODA loop, right? Which is observe, orient, decide, act. And we just do that continuously. It's a cyclical process, right? And we do the same thing with toy collecting. It's just, we call it different things. But I bought a boxed 1994 G.I. Joe Blockbuster, the very last large vehicle in the Real American Hero line, and I bought it to open it because you cannot find a loose, complete Blockbuster because so few of them were made. So I knew, I was going to buy it boxed, so it was going to be more expensive. I knew I was going to open it, but I wanted a Blockbuster, and that was it. I just bit the bullet. But I didn't buy the very first Blockbuster I saw. I waited, and then I found one that was a decent price, and I was like, I can argue that.
Right.
And but I totally agree with you. There's some stuff you're like, I want to, and in the back of your mind, it's like, this may never come around again. But then you're like,
I know for a fact that's like in that particular scenario will never happen again.
Yeah, exactly.
And
especially
that
when it's
is
a buddy.
close to ideal.
It's hard when it's a buddy too, because you're like,
it is. But I know he's going to sell it. He's going to get a good price, and I'm happy because he deserves it, and he needs to be able to make some money off this stuff. So it works out for me. But then you have the guys like Toy Federation, they're sellers. They have their own store and everything. Yep. They were at a convention I'm not going to mention right now because it'll flame chat. But he got himself a open box Defiant because he wanted the box. And he knew that the Defiant inside was in pretty damn good condition. He knew he could resell the Defiant, keep the box for his personal collection, and even out with everything. He ended up selling the Defiant the next day at that convention and didn't make all his money back, obviously, but he got a good deal on the box when it was all said and done.
Is that the same one that I remember that was like showcased walking by a bunch of people and everybody's like, Arr!
According to him, at the time that he sold the one he had bought, there were at least 4 separate Defiants on the floor at the time of that sale. He had already bought it out of the back of someone's van on load-in day and then put it into his van. Yep. So it never made it to the floor, this particular one. But there were 4 other ones. And he talked to the guy about it. And you guys should watch the video because it's a great negotiating. It's really cool. Like, he's super chill. He said, look, here's everything I know about it. Here's the condition it's in. Here's the price I'm willing to give you. But walk the floor and look at the ones that are out there. Make sure this is the one you want because I know this is a one-and-done kind of purchase. And he did come back and he bought it, and everyone's happy. And that's the way this stuff should work.
Yep,
that
is the way that it should work. The Defiant is one of those things. And I want to get to Dem Guts' comment, so I'm leaving it up. The Defiant is one of those things I never really. I don't want to say I didn't want a Defiant. I was always just kind of ambivalent, just like, whatever. It's one of those. Mm-hmm. If one happens to just drop in my lap, okay, maybe. Obviously, it was the last large Joe item I didn't own. Scuba Pete, right? Everybody knows Scuba Pete. Great guy, and his wife Leslie too. What's up, Leslie? So Scuba Pete was like, he did that thing, right? Hey, buddy, he just pinged me. He's like, I have 2 Defiants. Do you want this other one? I've got X amount into it. I'll give it to you for X amount. And I was like, So I reached out, or I went to the ma'am and I was like, hey, so, Pete's offering this, Pete's a bro. He's a good friend. And we don't have a Defiant. Like, what do you think? And she's like, do it. So I did it. And then at the end of Joe Fest, the very end, the floor was mostly broken down and everyone was scattering. Here comes Scuba Pete and Jeff Barker carrying it on this sheet of plywood like a cake. And they just walked it out to my car. And that's how I got my Defiant. So it was one of those things.
Pete, I still have your Batman, Pete. I got to send that to you.
Nice. But I wanted to comment on this. So Demgut says, I rather miss out and keep my sanity. So I have to agree with this, especially with now toys. Like I don't want to call them modern because I think modern's the wrong word to use. It infers something that I don't think is accurate, but
currently manufactured.
Yes. I'm a big fan of the joy of missing out because okay, whatever. But that also aligns with a lot of the lines that I don't collect, right? Because everybody knows what I don't collect. Pretty vocal about it, but I see it and I'm like, I'm cool. It's like, it just doesn't faze me at all. And then Jason says, I can't stand exclusivity since FOMO can be boon in a focused collection.
Yes, I see what you're saying, because it can be a problem, because if you are in a focused collection, even given that you're putting those blinders on, the exclusives that have horrible distribution and are very difficult to get a hold of without these networks of friends, it is impossible in some parts of whatever country you live in to get certain stuff. There are places that are way worse off than North America or even the UK. Australia gets destroyed with that kind of stuff. Oh, and imagine that, though. Imagine put yourself in that person's shoes where you're collecting a currently manufactured toy line, and there's a portion of that will just never come to your shores, and that's the only thing you collect. It's like, I just want that.
And I'm not trying to. It's not even a portion. Some lines,
the whole line,
classified, right? Because you got Target exclusive and Walmart exclusives and San Diego Comic-Con and Pulse exclusives. And don't say that every country can buy from Pulse, because they can't, you know? So man, it sucks. Like, I get it. It's rough out there, people. Very rough. Matt Noon's here. Hi, Matt. Good to see you. Thanks for being here and hanging out with Jim and me and everybody else. Demgut says, Chad, going to send you a picture of an Arctic Trooper from Metal Gear Solid custom I did back in the day. Please do. I would love to see that. I would freaking love to see that. World Made of Cardboard says, a simple way to avoid FOMO. I don't go to the store. I only watch YouTube toy channels and build everything out of cardstock.
I can confirm that he really does that.
Yeah, he does. Dude, you got a lot of skills, and I love you for it. It is awesome. Very awesome. I mean, dude, I buy the shitty, like, I don't even want to call them shitty. I buy the Chatmate Kids Connection play sets, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to make this into this. You know, it's $20. That's it. I love it.
Chatmate stuff. Don't sleep on it. It's great
stuff.
No,
do not sleep on it. And some of that Paw Patrol stuff, too, you can make some cool stuff out of. Rachel says, my Joes have some Elite Force. Yeah, the BBI stuff, True Heroes, World Peacekeepers vehicles. I try to keep it Joe-centric. I 100% agree with you, because, dramatic pause as I scoot.
I'll drum roll.
Oh, thank you for the drum roll. I love the Killer Whale, but this freaking LCAC, this thing is amazing. I love this vehicle. It is 100% toyetic. It comes with a freaking Bradley. You can do anything to it. It fits 4-inch modern Joes, as you see right there. I love this thing, man. I got a couple of this sucker, and I can't stop buying them. When I can find this LCAC, awesome. I will buy it, and I love it. To me, it's
where do you tend to see it?
This is the True Hero Sentinel 1. It was the Toys R Us. Yeah, but it's like, you know, the ramp drops down like that.
Oh, nice.
It clips in really well too. These are freaking Nerf shooters. The I don't know if I can make it work right now, but the fans work. They spin. Yeah, dude, this thing's freaking awesome, man.
It is
cool. A really rad piece. It's just something I really enjoy. Yeah, all those lines, Rachel, I love them, man. And then Demgut says, World Peacekeepers rock. Cool. What are your I'm gonna scroll through the chat here and just make sure we're caught up, because I tend to let the chat kind of lag. And I don't necessarily mean to, but you know, it's more about the community and the conversation and stuff. What are your thoughts on crowdfunding?
So if you'd have phrased the question, what do you think of crowdfunding? I would say, try not to, kid. I hate it. Generally speaking, I think as a concept, when corporations that already have a proven track record of profit do crowdfunds, I think it's a slap in the face to toy collectors. Occasionally, they will come up with a good idea that I can kind of see why they would go in that direction for it, because it is a big risk at retail. Yeah. I understand what they're trying to tell me the reason they do this is. I think it's bullshit most of the time. In the case of the Motu Origins Eternia, I have a series of videos and streams on that. I was very opinionated about that.
What are your
price
thoughts on
was
the Motu Eternia?
So it was entirely overpriced for what it was. And I think that even though it was a relatively long crowdfund, doing it at the time of year they did it was ill-advised. They're doing it like in like October, November timeframe. Yeah. People are trying to get Christmas presents at that point. They're paying off things so they can go big and splurge.
Yeah.
Not that there's an ideal time to put out a $700-800 freaking toy that's the size of most people's bedrooms. But it just, I think that they could have done a lot more with it. And I think it would behoove them to, once they've fulfilled the Mattel Creations crowdfund, to rerun it on a made-to-order without the exclusive figures and maybe slightly different paint deco or something to differentiate it, to give us others a chance to do it. And I'll pay the same price they paid. I wasn't able to make it work at the time. I still want that play set, but I hate that that's the way I had to go. You look at things like Unicron and Galactus and a lot of other things where like fucking Sentinels don't have ratcheting knees. You know, the quality control. Over. Exactly. If you're paying a premium price for something like a dream thing, don't even. Oof. I still kind of want one, but the point is, it's still quality control out the wazoo. It's like, well, if you're making people pay all of your production costs up front and you get to collect interest on that money, well, then you got in well better.
Interest. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that.
And that's the thing. It's like I broke it down. So like they wanted like $1 million just to make the Eternia. And they well surpassed that, and that's awesome. I think it's good that they're going to have it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But if you're doing that, then you had better make sure that every single person that ordered one gets the right thing in the right color, that it functions properly, is properly tested, even more vigorously than your retail
out of glass.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't understand why, if you're going to do this, I can accept that. But if you're not going to follow through at a level of quality that you would aspire to with a retail or wider release toy, then you shouldn't be charging as much as you are, or you shouldn't be doing it at all.
Yeah, they're supposed to be premium items.
Exactly. And we put in on the classified Dragonfly because I have a very, very tight bond to that original vintage toy, which I still need to get one of those too. But the classified one was like, this is going to be like a big symbol of my childhood and what got me into Joe in the first place. Sure.
It's a dragon.
And the price point for what you're getting was actually reasonable even before the figures were added. You add the figures in, it's a totally tenable price point, I think. I do, but I compared to what I thought they were going to charge, I was like, you know what, I can handle this. I would have loved to have paid less, but for what it was, I think it was just enough value for the money. But we'll see, because when it arrives, I may change my mind and just do a week-long slag of Hasbro. Because if yeah, no, I do those here. So if my anger starts to bother people, they can look at all the pretty toys in the background and
they're just like this.
The fat guy's yelling. The fat guy's yelling, and it makes me hurt my heart.
He's screaming, but I'm looking at his pretty toys.
Right. Exactly. But crowdfunds where it's not a corporation, generally speaking, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Now, I will look at some business models and go, and I've been on that side of things, and it's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
Pre-orders can be very sketchy if you're not careful. It's easy to make mistakes. So I'm always wary of a crowdfund of any kind. Yeah. But I think the concept of them overall are good. When corporations do them, I think it's useless. They should just find a different way to get the toy out. Personally.
I like it. Jimmy Purvis stopped by Ollie's today, and they had 4-inch retro Hiss 3s. Kind of surprised to see them. Yeah, for $12. And we don't have Ollie's where I live, and I have 50 Hiss tanks. I need more. Somebody hook up with me. I'll send you money. Get me some. I need more. Every time I see Hiss tanks, I buy them up. Yeah. George Aiken says the Hiss 3 is still available. It's 10 pounds more than the Mark II, and the driver is a character, is not an army building. That's true. I appreciated the fact that the Dragonfly was cheaper than the Hiss.
Yes.
I always try to be measured, right? Like, I'll shit on stuff, but I always try to compliment sandwich things as well. So I'll say something that is critical from my foxhole, but then I always generally try to say something positive, and then finish it up with something shitty, right? So compliment sandwich. What are your thoughts on this? We're gonna put the Hiss tank back out with no lights and put it right back out. Good? Bad? You think it's shady?
I think that it's the right thing to do for the community overall, but I think it's a shitty thing to do to the people that thought this was their only chance to get them. But also, and I cannot stress this part enough, this is the most important part of my argument. Fuck you, resellers. Fuck you. Right in the ass. So that's why I think it's a brilliant move. And I think it opens the door for this. It's like, okay, you can reframe all of your marketing on these HasLab and say, hey, this is the only version that's going to have this, and this. Right. And if this is overwhelmingly successful, we will put out a light version of this toy, but it will not have this, and this.
Yeah, like it won't have the Sponson missile pods. It won't have any figures. Won't have any lights. Won't have any of this. Whatever. But say it up front. Say it up front.
Yeah.
Because that's that FOMO shit that we were talking about, right? That's that, like,
exactly.
People, they start getting all stressed out, right? That's that hypnosis, right? Oh, I got to get in on it. I got to get on the hype. And then the dark side of that whole crowdfunding thing is proving devotion, right? The brand loyalty and proving devotion. And then there's that fucking social media pressure. You guys got to back it so we know what all the unlocks are. You got to back it. So look, if the base item isn't worth it in your opinion, and you need to see all the bells and whistles for it to be worth it, then it's not fucking worth it.
Exactly.
Right?
And that was a discussion that I had to have.
Like, oh, but look, it's got Mickey Mouse Cobra Commander. Get the fuck out, man.
And then my whole thing with
if they had hooded Cobra Commander, then maybe I'd be like,
right, because that would make more sense.
Yeah, but they don't have the coolions to do that figure anymore.
No. And $300 for a Dragonfly with all those blast effects and the missiles and the nice stand and a Wild Bill, higher than I would like to pay, but out the door tax and shipping, like, that's not completely unreasonable. Now, you add in the other figures, which were great figures, sweetens the pot, lessens the cost of the Dragonfly, everybody wins. But like you said, you have to, and this is the thing, HasLab and Mattel Creations don't price these things with the idea of you getting these stretch goals later to get more bang for your buck. They're pricing it with those locked in, but if you don't pay for it, you're fucked.
Yeah.
So like you're already paying for all the extras you may not get, which is stupid.
Exactly. Yeah. And then everybody knows that, they cut these steel molds. They're going to use them 10 times over anyway. It's not like they're just going to use it for that. Like, as soon as they showed Glenda, I was like, first of all, it's cool because it's Estrella and it's a deep cut. Whereas a lot of people are like, I don't know who Glenda is. She's stupid. And I'm like, you're fucking dumb. And then as soon as I saw her, I was like, that's Retro Scarlet right there. It was smart. It's freaking smart. It's a little shady, but at the same time, it's smart. And I'll give them that.
And they're going to put out a retro card Wild Bill with a different paint deco. They're going to do it. They'd be dumb if they didn't.
Well, it was the same thing with, I almost said Crazy Legs, Airborne, right? They were like, look, it's Night Force Airborne. And I'm like, oh, so you can just do regular Airborne later?
Yeah.
I don't get
which, of course, I'm going to buy.
What is their thing about sucking at the teat of Night Force? Like, Night Force was always like so niche, Toys R Us, and now it's like, here's Shooter, and she's Night Force. Here's Big Ben, and he's Night Force. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Chad, it's the same shit that they pulled with Tiger Force 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It's the same shit.
But you didn't need to make Big Ben or
Shooter
Night Force because Shooter's always in black anyway. It's just like, okay. And then look, Nolan, he emulates exactly what you said. If you're not having fun, time to take a break.
Ding, 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 ding.
I can't agree with that more. And then Rachel says, going back to what we were talking about with military equipment, seeing the B-52s touch and go at Barksdale Air Force Base is an awesome sight. You want to talk about a tried and true airframe, the B-52. The B-52 will be in service like forever, for freaking ever. They always keep trying to kill the A-10. Like every 5 minutes, they want to kill the A-10, but the B-52 is just over in the corner like, so.
The B-52s will outlast Keith Richards.
maybe. Yeah.
Well, maybe. Yeah.
Probably. Maybe.
Hopefully.
Bear Living Charlie says the coolest military vehicle I've been on was the USS Nautilus. Awesome. The first nuclear submarine. My dad took me to see it when I was a kid. That's rad. That's pretty cool. Sub people, they, like I give the Navy a lot of shit just, because I'm Army and I'm infantry and that's just kind of our culture. And we all like interbranch talk smack to each other. But
of course,
people on subs, even on aircraft carriers, like, yeah, they're on floating cities, but that's not easy. It's not an easy life. George Aiken says the UK doesn't get G.I. Joe anything unless you go to Hasbro Pulse. Yep. And even when I was on Analog Toys and Tony and I were talking about 1/18 scale, he was saying that like Australia got like the first wave of classified and that was it. And you still find those in stores, those in Pimp Daddy Destro.
Yeah, and that led to him like really like just cutting off his classifieds for a long time.
Yeah.
He made a whole thing about it, and I totally respect it because I was like, if you can't get them, like, what's the point?
And then Woodman is asking if I repainted the hovercraft. No, I did not. I don't know if there was a blue variant, but both of them that I have are in that kind of subdued olive drab green. So I don't know, brother. And then Eric says the fan works. Yeah, the fan works. So does the spotlight in the center. That works too. They're pretty cool. If you guys can find them, try to check them out. They're generally relatively priced. The price isn't high. We'll just say that. Yeah. Jason says no to crowdfunding unless you were a startup company.
And even then, depends upon what they're hacking. I'll go on record and say, like, when they did the Robo Skull Mark II,
Skeletron.
Yeah, when it first came out, like the marketing and the social media on it was so sketchy and sparse. I just said, I'm not touching it. And it just, not that anything about it seems shady to me. It's just like, I don't know if these guys can handle the level of traffic they're probably going to get once this catches on.
It caught on.
And I said very, very prominently at the time, like, I really hope I'm wrong, but I'm not getting a good feeling. I'm going to stay away. And I'm glad to say publicly that I was wrong. Clearly they did everything right, which is awesome. And the next time they fund something, I'll probably end up looking into it, because
those guys, freaking Ben, Mark, all of them, like, they put everything they could into that project. And I have an original Robo Skull. I have a lot of Palatoy Action Force stuff. Some of it thanks to George Aiken. Thanks, buddy. But I wanted to support it because, looking at the landscape of the current toy industry, a lot of that stuff doesn't speak to me. And when they said, look, we're going to come out with an updated Robo Skull, it's going to be larger, it's going to have this, it's going to have that. And then as soon as they said it's going to have interchangeable cockpits, I was like, I understand they're casting a wide net because it is a crowdfund and they want the 1/12 and the 1/18 scale. I get it, but it's smart. It's so smart that they did that. And I've been on record a million times. If that classified hiss had interchangeable cockpits, so it could be like the massive hiss tanks that you would see in the comics sometimes, I would have bought it. It, but Skeletron, yes, they needed to appeal to both scale collectors. They did, and they admitted it. But they also wanted to appeal to both scale of collectors. Whereas Hasbro's like, I don't give a shit, We're an $11 billion company. We don't give a shit, but we still need you to crowdfund this. So
meanwhile, and when you're talking about G.I. Joe and everything and the 1/18 scale, I've been looking more and more into the 25th anniversary stuff. I really like it, like a lot. Yeah.
That's
And
what
they're
all of
not,
that is.
and they're not hyper collectible in as much as like they're not crazily priced, generally speaking. What I've seen.
There's kind of a dog ear on that. So yes, you're correct. Most of the anniversary figures are priced competitively. They have a good price. But you'll get into some of them where you'll burn through all the 25th anniversary. Then you'll go to the 30th anniversary, then Pursuit of Cobra. And you're like, why the shit is sci-fi $70? You know, and you'll get that one random figure that's like ridiculously, I don't want to say ridiculously expensive, but $70 for a carded 4-inch figure, it kind of smacks you a little bit.
Yeah.
And then once you get done with 25th, 30th, Pursuit of Cobra, 50th anniversary, and then you start getting into the San Diego Comic-Con and the figure subscription service, forget it.
Yeah.
Footloose is like $200.
And see, and
Law and Order,
back
I
to
don't even
again,
have Law and Order because he's that expensive.
And this is why I love to pick and choose. If they're in the same scale, I don't care if they're all 25th, 30th, whatever. I'll mix and match old, vintage with the new stuff. And I kind of feel like what I want to do is get the marquee characters in that articulated 25th or 30th, the ones that are relatively expensive, because again, for a vintage one, you're paying the same price. Yeah.
50th anniversary low light.
Yeah, and just get those in a nice diorama with the vintage vehicles, and then nicely display the vintage stuff so I don't break the shit. Like I got a rock and roll in that lot, and that was my favorite Joe. It was my first Joe to my recollection ever as a kid.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, here's the M60. Let's go. And I'm like carefully trying to put the M60 in his hands. Thumb pops off. I'm like, okay. And I go to the next.
Don't even look at Bazooka's thumbs. They just explode. You're like, hey, what's up, dude? Yeah.
So
it's
and
rough.
That's when between having a 25th Snake Eyes loose back there, thanks to Salzburg, and then looking for a replacement rock and roll and seeing the 25th of him, I was like, this might be the direction I need to go in, at least initially, so that I can get more utility out of my smaller 1/18th Joes and preserve the vintage ones I have, which seems like you're double dipping. But I think that you have to look at what is the practical application of the collection you have. Some people, friends of mine, and I won't name names, but I'll see just figures stood up on like stair steps, and it just goes across the whole room on multiple shelves. And I'm like, that's impressive, but there's nowhere to focus my eye. I need to have figures in poses. Like all this packaging back here makes my dick itch. I hate it so much. And I have a whole series on depackaging these toys and getting them on the shelf. That's my impetus to get it done. So I think going with 25th to make it something more displayable, more approachable would work. But some people would say, you should be getting all vintage. Yeah, just take better care of your Joes.
Actually.
Yes. Fuck that.
Oh, what's up? Lawrence from A Punk with Toys is here. Hello, my friend. How are you? Good to see you. He won't not call me that. Who makes that hovercraft? It is True Hero Sentinel 1. This was a Toys R Us brand. So, yeah, True Hero Sentinel 1. You can find them on eBay. Not that hard to find. I have to say, on the very, not top shelf, but this shelf, this one right here, it is, it's the modern interpretations, right? So 25th, 30th, whatever, right? Whatever run they came out in of all the 82 Joes, to include Shooter. I put her in there, right? All the 82 Joes, the MMS, the Flak, and it just looks so good. I love it. I love to look at that 82 shelf because the sculpts are just great.
They really look like the rock and roll really took me back, because the one listing I looked at had a nice 4K picture of them in cards. You could really like sit there and look at it. I'm like, God damn, those are beautiful. And again, I missed them by just a couple of years. If I had started collecting just a couple of years earlier, I could have got them as they came out.
Well, and then Hasbro made it a Toys R Us exclusive and basically killed it when Toys R Us went under. So thanks for that. Appreciate it.
I mean,
Bear 11 Charlie says, my nephew is a Navy corpsman and just got pinned E7. Very cool. Tell your nephew congratulations.
Nice.
Did you just that?
Yeah. That's my most used word during my time in the Marine Corps. It just acknowledgement.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and then Rachel says modern con exclusives can get outrageous. Yeah, they can. They really, really can. I always said that when Hasbro, you know, because what do I know, right? When Hasbro did that modern Walmart retro line that was basically just repackaging like 50th anniversaries for the first couple of waves.
Yeah.
And it was 50th anniversary Snake Eyes and 50th anniversary Storm Shadow and that ridiculous Screaming Duke. Like, if you're going to re-release a modern Duke, why do that one? That head sculpt is atrocious. And then they released Scarlet. She wasn't just a re-release. Then they did Stalker and he looked good. And then they did the Cobra Officer and Trooper and they were getting better. But I always said, like, if you want to get people into this, you know, it's basically a re-release line. You just called it something else. Why don't you do the figures that were sparse or ridiculously expensive? Dial Tone, Footloose, CoverGirl, Law and Order, like those figures that, you know, fetch huge amounts of money. Re-release those figures, people would have gone apeshit for them.
Dude, if they'd have had like that 30th anniversary, just take all the figures they played on re-releasing, just put them in one big box and just put a price on it. Let me insta-collect this crap.
Yeah. I love this right here. What Mikey says, to hell with expensive figures, just make your own. And that is why I love customizing stuff. I love Mikey's skill at customizing figures. And, you know, I couldn't find the figure subscription service Law and Order for a good price. I just went to Marauders, you know? Yep. Yeah, I don't have that Law and Order, but I have a representation of Law and Order, and I support Marauder.
And that's what it should be about.
That's exactly what it's about. Yeah.
It should be character representation. Yeah, that's all. Like, I mix and match stuff all the time.
I made a modern Baron Ironblood. I got a suited torso from Marauder Gunrunners, and I got the combat lower body, and I put them together. And I just had an extra Baron Ironblood helmet. Boop, done. Made a modern Baron Ironblood. I love him.
I just missed out on the classified Dr. Mindbender. I had the pre-order sitting there for months. And it was one of those things where the card didn't charge once and then immediately canceled. Usually it takes 2 or 3 times. And it canceled. I'm like, son of a bitch. Now, it's going to be a retro card release with less accessories. There's no question about that. They're not going to waste the buck like that. But I give them a year. And if I don't have access to one within a year, I'm just going to commission someone to custom make me one because I want that character. I can't have Serpentor and not have him. That's stupid. So, you know,
I know that they've, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not the subject matter expert. I'm not an expert on shit, right? I believe in enthusiasm over expertise any day. I'm not an expert on anything. I never said I am. But I know they re-released Serpentor and Dr. Mindbender like sparingly at some point in some way. Is that correct?
Reorders. They did one re-up for Serpentor and one re-up for Mindbender. And
I think that's cool. This is kind of my compliment sandwich, right? I think that's cool that they did, you know, a re-release or whatever. But why do you make mainline characters exclusives? Like, are you trying to fucking shoot yourself in the foot? I understand, like, you know, the Crimson Baroness and the Crimson Twins, cool. Because that's what repaint should be. I always said, if you want to do a rad exclusive for like San Diego Comic-Con, because you're fucking hipsters, you're not a toy company, do a Battle Android Trooper 5-pack. Do that Arctic Bat, do the Inferno Bat, maybe do the fucking Constructicon Bat, but do a Battle Android Trooper 5-pack where you're just repainting bats.
Yep.
Bam. There you go. Not Mindbender. It's fucking Mindbender. No.
And here's the thing, and this is real simple. When it comes to like a Pulse exclusive or a Mattel Creations exclusive, when it's a single card figure, why not just leave the order open and just say, these are going to be released in waves. If you order by this date, you get it by this date. You order by this date, you get it by this date. Do you not like money? Like, what is the problem?
And you just fucking nailed it, Jim. That's my argument with pre-orders. Because when we talk about stuff that's crowdfunded, right? Crowdfunding, they will leave it open for a set period of time because we want that money to accrue interest, right? But on a pre-order, it's like, no. Pre-order sold out. But the word pre-order means these are so many that people want before the retailer gets theirs. And I understand somebody's going to be like, well, actually, you know, that the agreement with the retailers that the manufacturer only gets so many. Fuck that. Then don't call it a pre-order. You know, call it something else. These pre-order means, you know, 11,000 were ordered. We're going to make 11,000 more.
So like with these HasLab crowdfunds or Mattel Creations crowdfunds, why not do 4 to 5 waves, each of them 6 to 8 weeks windows? Give people time. Give them a real opportunity, and you will make so much more money. And if you did it that way, especially with the crowdfund stuff, if you did it that way, you could probably stand to lose about 10 to 15% at least of your asking price because you're more guaranteed to get it over time.
Yeah, and that's called commerce, right? The more you sell, the less you can charge, and you pass the savings on to the customer, so they buy more. But I think that all of them should get together. They should have like a fucking toy manufacturer summit, not like it really, you know, it's first world problems, right? It's not really that big of a deal, but be like, pre-orders are going to be 30-day windows across the board. Do you know how much like their public relations credit would go up if say Hasbro just came out tomorrow and they did one of their stupid, you know, super hype streams and said, from now on, every time we do a pre-order, it's going to be a 30-day window. No matter what it is, it's a 30-day window. Order as many as you freaking want because we like money and you like stuff. So let's get together and we'll get money and you'll get stuff and everybody will be happy, but no.
And that could shave a lot of the reseller scalper crap.
Yes.
Just take it right off the top.
It definitely cuts down on that, you know, I'm doing it for the community special kind of a thing. I completely agree. 100%. There was a comment that I was going to, right here. Rachel says, Jim, I stopped getting a Real American Hero 82 to 94 because of the brittleness and fragile. Modern Joe 2007 to 2018 is my wheelhouse.
There you go.
Yeah,
I love that.
That's why Rachel's my best friend because
I feel seen.
Yeah, that's where I live.
That encourages me.
I love it. And then Jason says 25th anniversary Joe line is awesome. I couldn't get enough of it, especially army building. Hell yeah, man! I army build the shit out of all those classifieds. And then Brandon says I want to make a classified hovercraft. Go ahead, dude. Whatever.
There is someone that's working on some of those over at 3D Print. There's a 3D Print Joe's group on Facebook. There's a guy working on a flag right now, 2 different versions of the flag.
Yep.
There's like name the vehicle. Someone's either got it done or has worked on it, and it's fascinating. And most of those, they include instructions to scale down to 1/18th as well, which is really, really cool.
Now, I will say that Steve's Toys, you know, if you know who he is, then you know who he is. But if you don't, look up Steve's Toys on Facebook. He's printing a 1/18 scale flag. He's printing a classified scale terror drone. He did the Rattler. He did the Sky Striker. The wings work. The landing gear work. He was doing everything before Hasbro was even thinking about it. Like as soon as they launched the classified line, he was like, here's a Hiss. Here's a Vamp. Here's a Stinger. Here's this. Here's a Devilfish. Like he was just like cranking this shit out. He 3D printed the unproduced G.I. Joe train, the 1/18 scale train.
Yes, that's how I heard of it.
Runs,
I believe.
Yeah, it is amazing. That guy's got talent, super talent. So, Drew G's here. What's up, Drew? I don't know if you were lurking, dude. Says I love the original 13. Well, I love you. So, yeah. And then Matt Noon says, Jim, I also would rather pose my figures. I found the 99 Joes hold up a bit more and just look better than most 80s Joes when in poses or pictures. Prices are still okay. So, Matt, you're talking about like the Dark Years Joes? Is that what you're talking about? late 90s O-rings. Some of those figures are freaking awesome because like that's when you got a lot of the sleeper hits like Bomb Strike. And they came out with a lot of good new characters in the dark years. And I don't know why people call it that. And some of those vehicles are just shit hot. That Cobra Ringneck is probably one of my favorite enemy team vehicles. And a lot of people don't know about it. Re-release freestyle, please. Oh God, yeah. I'll take that. I'll take that all day. And then here we go. Jim Largo. Hasbro's consistent inconsistencies are baffling. The weird changes from year to year in figure construction and teams makes collecting confusing.
Yeah, those brand teams do not cross-pollinate, and they really should. It's a dumb thing to do. The company I work for is a conglomeration of several other smaller companies being absorbed, and what we've tried to do is make sure everyone's sharing talent and wealth so that everyone's measuring twice, cutting once. And, you know, I can say within our industry, I've seen huge dividends. Like, I could go on forever about like Hasbro, like you don't let like people that are into your brand work on your brand.
No.
And then you don't share engineering tricks and paint deco tips. What are you doing?
Dude, and that is the shit that you would see like big out of touch corporations, even though that's kind of Hasbro, but Toys R Us was notorious for that with their employees. If you were like an action figure person, fuck no, you're in board games or bikes. You know what I mean? Or you're in the Barbie area. And I don't understand that. Like, do you want somebody in that area that's passionate about it? Like, I think the last passionate brand manager that G.I. Joe had on, or that Hasbro had on G.I. Joe was Mark Webber. And he tried to get his job back. And I mean, you see who the brand manager is now. And I'm not going to sharpshoot her. I don't know her at all. I know she had a hard job, you know, drinking from the fire hose, trying to learn G.I. Joe when you have this rabid fan base that knows everything. But yeah, I mean, Mark really wanted his job back. And Mark Webber fucking loves G.I. Joe. He loves Joe. But I don't know, whatever. Michael says, Chad, Marauders is where I get 90% of my parts. Hell yeah, dude. Same here. I freaking love Marauders. And those dudes, they are solid, genuine people. John is one of the most genuine guys you will ever meet. Guys like Mark and Ben from Skeletron, Mikey Kukovic's dad doing Call Sign Longbow, freaking super awesome, really knowledgeable stand-up guy. And Marauder John, last year at Joe Fest, not this year, but last year, I walked up to their booth. I'm just kind of talking to the guys, you know, oh yeah, I'm going to buy this geared up figure and these parts and these heads and whatever. And I handed them my credit card, and no shit, John looks at it and he's like, dude, you buy so much stuff from us just by looking at my last name on my friggin' credit card. Like, nice. You knew me and like my purchasing history with their company. That's the kind of stuff that like that builds that brand loyalty that people like to say. That's the kind of brand loyalty I'm looking for. Not like, well, it says Hasbro, so I'm going to buy it. I don't believe that.
No.
My mind bender is in a Bratz car with two Marvel Legends chicks making out in the passenger seat and Baroness dealing contraband to Zartan and the Crimson Twins in suits out of the trunk.
I have that Bratz car right there.
Bratz car.
Yeah, everyone has to have one. If you do 112, you need that car.
Yeah, I know. But I don't do 112. Well, I really can't say that. I do have some 112 scale stuff. And he's probably already gone, but George Aiken, if you watch the replay, thanks for hanging out with us as always, sir. We always appreciate it.
Absolutely. George is awesome.
Yeah, George is a fantastic dude. I guess we're talking about the 30-day pre-order media clash. And thanks for hanging out, man. I saw you come in and I didn't say hi. I'm sorry. They won't do that because they rely on the FOMO. The ones that don't fund bite them in the ass. Okay. Yeah, I can't argue that. Can't argue that at all. Beta Ray Bob says the board of directors at Hasbro Mattel need to replace their CEOs with AI.
Sure.
Freaking T1000 running Mattel.
Or you would just get an entire line of toys that is just T1000s and T800s.
Yeah. Backwoods
all it
like
is.
stuff. Jim, do you like stuff?
Stuff and things. I diversify.
Stuff and things. Very cool.
Yes.
Michael says resellers and scalpers are only able to succeed at what they do because idiots support them.
I mean, you just described that entire model, so I can't argue that.
I don't know. Patrick Strauko. Steve is the shit. Which Steve? Who's Steve? Stevie Nicks? Were we talking about
I
Steve?
hope not.
Who's Steve?
There was a couple. We've talked about several. Steve's Toys.
Oh yeah, Steve's Toys. Steve is the shit, man. That dude. He is skilled. Like, there are certain people that I will always look to for, I don't want to say expertise, right? But their creative talents. JMK, so Mikey Kukovic. As far as custom figures, Mikey's the fucking man. Matt LaCroix. Matthew LaCroix is the fucking man. Like, Paint Masters or whatever, Matt's the dude. Corey's a hell of a sculptor. Corey did not sculpt that falcon head. I know for a fact he freaking didn't, because I asked him and he didn't do it. People like that. And then Steve with 3D printing. He's just a master with that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks, Patrick. He is the shit. There was someone at Joe Fest who had a few different 3D printed classified vehicles. Yes, there was. At a really good price, if I remember correctly, and I'm still kicking myself for not picking up a few.
I will say this.
There definitely were.
3D printed vehicles do not travel well. So depending upon how you got there, don't kick yourself too hard, dude.
Display with care.
Yeah. Yes.
Don't put in luggage. Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Transport and display with care. Do not put in luggage. You'll be all right. But
do not take in backyard. Do not pass go. Collect $200 if you can.
There was that one guy. He was on the corner of the second aisle deep, kind of over toward Chicken Fried Toys, and he had all of those 3D printed Night Force toys. And those, like, I just kept looking at them, and I'm like, oh, man, they look good. Like, Night Force, everything. Fucking Dragonfly, Devilfish, and I was just like, man. Night Force Devilfish is easy to do. Easy, baby. Jason says Hasbro sublines and the departments work in silos.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They gatekeep within their own organization to the detriment of all.
Fuck, they do, yeah. And then Demgut says, I freaking love Marauders. Absolutely. I know it may not be necessarily your wheelhouse, Jim. Did you get in on the Marauder, the NOM?
I did not. It was the first offering they did that I almost got in on. Honestly, with Marauders, for me, it's just kind of I hadn't been focusing on that scale, so I've just not been paying that much attention.
Yeah.
And like, for example, my next big project, aside from completing the original base, I have a tub full of G.I. Joe shells in various states of repair and disrepair. Once I have restored everything out of that tub that I want, then I'm going to have to, as I'm moving along, populate these vehicles and play sets.
Man,
and that's where I think, and that's where kind of Marauders and other things like that, the 20th, all that stuff is going to factor in.
Yeah. And
I'll probably dig a lot deeper into that stuff when that time comes. But until then, I got brain power I got to use for other stuff. So no shade to them. I do great work. But it's a rabbit hole I'm not yet ready to jump in because I like eating once in a while.
I did. I grabbed my headlamp and I was like, I'm going down this hole. And I went hard in the paint. Yeah, the NOM Kickstarter stuff, like just, flak vest, no sleeves, sleeveless shirt, t-shirt. It's so many different bucks that I was just like, gimme. I went fucking crazy on that line. And I gotta say, for as much as this dude and I give each other shit, I love him to death, and he also shares my opinion. Fuck that Bratz car.
Not without a condom.
No, I'll do that for you. I hate that freaking thing.
I love
but you
it.
know what?
It's
That's cool. You know what I mean?
when
It's
you
just
can
one
get
of
it for
those
$30, like, come on, get a car. Let's have fun. Get the
Get a
sticker
car.
off of it.
Just get a car. Just get a browser.
Just get a car. Just get a car, bro.
Dude, not every time, because that's exaggerating, but there are plenty of times where I'll be in a Walmart looking at, the Kids Connection play sets or whatever, looking for some kind of custom fodder, and I'll walk by like that really large, it's not 1/12 scale, but the really big like recycling truck, or like the Barbie spaceship, and I'll take a picture of it and I'll send it to Ryan. I'll be like, here's your new freaking Bratz, whatever.
Well, and that's the thing that is kind of interesting, is that my wife does Barbie. She's just starting her collection. And so I'll be looking at all kinds of knockoffs and stuff that's cheaper and stuff we can customize. And every so often, you'll come across something that's like, that if I just chop that and do this, I could like, no, I'm shopping for her. I can't.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. See, World Made of Cardboard. Toys R Us stuck me in bicycles. Right there. There you go.
Yeah.
And then, aisle 7C was a place for 80s action figures, and says, my first job was Toys R Us. I knew everything about 7C. How do you feel about Toys R Us coming back? Now they're opening 24 stores, because before it was going to be like satellites inside Macy's and whatnot, and now they say, again, we're going to open 24 stores in the U.S. What do you think?
Here's what I will say about that. If they put them in the right cities, I think it has a good chance to succeed, as long as they're doing being smart. Tell them Steve Dave, it's an awesome podcast. But I will say that, like, given the attitude of the company that bought Toys R Us and still owns them, I do not feel that they would make this move if they weren't doing it with a calculated sense of what they need to have happen. Now, problem I see with this is that because they're trying to be cautious, they run the risk of not carrying wide enough array of things to attract people to this limited number of stores. I will say this much. I would go to a Toys R Us to toy hunt if I knew they were carrying a decent amount of action figures that appeal to me, before I'd go to a Walmart or a Target any day. And I want to see them succeed, so we can start transferring some of these exclusives from Walmart and Target there.
Toys R Us.
Provided that Toys R Us will take it more seriously than these retailers do. I would love to see them succeed. And I'm cautiously optimistic. And I really hope we're supposed to get one in North Dallas, from what I understand. And I really want to go in there. I
will come see you, and I will go with you if that happens, because I'm just over here in New Mexico, man. But I also have to, I kind of have to emulate what you said and then add to it.
Sure.
To caveat off what the Sergeant Major said. I fucking hate when people do that. I remember before Toys R Us closed, going to Toys R Us expressly to support Toys R Us. Like, I'm coming to Toys R Us to buy toys because I want to fucking support Toys R Us. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Let's do this. And then I go in there to shop for toys, and they don't have anything that I want. And it kind of became that slow slide. Every time I went in, they had less and less of what I would want to buy. And then it was like that diminishing returns kind of a thing. And then I couldn't support Toys R Us anymore. And I hated it. It sucked. I would walk out of there feeling fucking defeated. And Mikey says, dude, you're going to make me cry. Thank you. Fucking love you. I love you too, man. You are truly talented. And yeah. Mikey, that female cadet? Mikey, what's her name, man, that cadet? The female cadet from the Sunbow G.I. Joe cartoon, the blonde. Mikey made a custom of her for me. And then James Lucas says, check out my friend Joshua Joe for some amazing custom paint jobs. Yes, Joshua Joe does amazing work too. Absolutely. Jeremy, what is up, brother? So Ghost Daddy's in the house. It says, sorry I'm late to the show, guys. Jim, did you serve? If so, what branch and when? I'll let you re-answer that.
First of all, Jeremy, nice to see you, brother. Love your face. Yes, I was in the Marine Corps from mid-2000 to late 2004.
Yep. There you
Shortest possible answer.
There's your answer, dude. World Made of Cardboard. Since the G.I. Joe movies are pretty much dead, I guess we won't get a Matt Damon as Lieutenant Falcon.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. And that
Matt Damon. Matt Damon. You know.
Yeah. Matt
We just
Damon.
watched that a couple weeks ago.
Chad, if you get a Bratz car, paint the car OD or camouflage to fit into the military theme. I don't have enough 1/12 scale figures to warrant a Bratz car, but I probably would if I had one. I could make it all like Fidel Castro, you know, like put the little flags on the front and shit. Cool. Appreciate it.
So I just went and looked at the press release from Toys R Us. I looked on their social media. Their social media is not hyping these store openings very much, but the press release does say the first Toys R Us airport store will open in November at Dallas Fort Worth International. So it's in the airport, so it's going to be super niche. So it's not like I'm going to want to go in there to pick up a few Marvel Legends. However, it would be worth like I would buy a commuter ticket and purposely miss my flight just to check it out. You know, plus they're opening in November. We're going to be flying out of town for around Christmas. So I will make it a point to book a flight where we're going to have at least an extra hour where I can check that sumbitch out. I'll take video footage and we'll see what's up. That's the first airport one. There's no other cities mentioned in here that I can see. But they are definitely doing it. But it looks like they're not overhyping it, which I think is smart. I think it's like wait until they're actually open and then go kaboom, make it a thing.
Yeah. My I don't really like to talk too much about personal stuff, but whatever. My brother is data systems engineer for DFW. So he runs the shit that says like all the gate stuff and the whatever, like he runs all that automation. He's like some big old fucking computer nerd. I don't know.
That was my my A word going off. I gotta shut her up.
Okay. And then Jim says the store in Jersey is not Toys R Us.
I'm guessing he's saying in concept. It may have the name on it, but you go in, it doesn't feel like a Toys R Us, and I can get behind that. I've seen a lot of the Macy's stand-ups I've seen. They're not awful, but they do not invoke a Toys R Us vibe to me.
And I have to say, a lot of Canadian friends and Canadians in this, you know, toy space will freely say, yeah, you might be missing Toys R Us in the United States, but you're not missing much. So I've had a lot of Canadians say that to me.
Fair.
Michael says Toys R Us needs to only sell action figures. There, I said it.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
And dolls.
I gotta be honest. Like, even though I was never really into Barbie as a kid, I respected it because I knew that was the big toy line for girls at the time. Yeah. And obviously now with a spouse that's into it, I'm looking at it through different glasses at this point.
Right.
And I feel like if we're looking to restore iconic, you know, like the iconic aspects of the toy store, I don't think you can have a toy store without a Barbie aisle. I don't think it's fair.
No, plus if you're only trying to sell action figures and you're trying to get Mattel to bring all their Motu money in there, you might as well scoop up Barbie at the same time. And fucking Hot Wheels collectors go nuts. Those dudes are nuts.
Can you imagine? Think about like half the size of a traditional Toys R Us, but it's the same depth. Okay, not as wide, but the depth. What? Like, because I know you could do
not wide.
Like the whole. That's right. The soup can. I'm telling you, on the left side of the store, all from the front all the way to the back. What if that was Hot Wheels and Matchbox? You just let them go because you know they have enough variants of the crap.
Yeah, just let them have at it.
Yeah, like give them their own big section because they deserve it.
I don't know if anyone noticed, but I'm wearing my my new exclusive Hasbro shirt tonight. It says the beatings will continue until morale improves. So this is my new Hasbro shirt.
Yeah, it's on brand.
Chan,
sure.
What is up, dude? Thanks for coming. Says long live Toys R Us. I just want to just go into a freaking Toys R Us. I don't care. You know what I mean?
I have so many memories of Toys R Us, Toys
Me
R Us's,
too.
Toys R Us or I.
Toy-
I will tell
toy-
you that,
Toys
like,
R we?
yeah, when my parents retired in Western Pennsylvania, I lived like 2.5 miles from a Toys R Us, and in fact, to get anywhere via highway, I had to pass one. And I would go in there pretty often. I wouldn't buy a lot of toys. I would buy some. Like, I kind of got out of toys right around the time that McFarlane was getting into the Spawn stuff, like the first couple waves of that. And I was doing some of the Toy Biz stuff, but it was just at the time living at home, I didn't really have a space that worked for toy display. And that honestly is what killed my collection at the time. But I would always go to Toys R Us just to see what was kicking. You know?
On this shelf right here, and I can't turn my camera enough to see it, I have an original metal Toys R Us sign on the very top of it.
Nice.
I love it. Like, I had to put it in here because, you know, we're Toys R Us kids, man. And see, Brandon R is one of those Canadians. He said Toys R Us costs money and gas and time. I like online shopping. There you go.
I prefer online shopping too, but if you give me a Toys R Us and there's actually a decent layout of toys in there, I will take a couple Naproxen and walk my fat ass around the Toys R Us. You better believe it.
Yeah. And you know what? Here's a good point. If Toys R Us stores are coming back, then no one will have that excuse of big toys or toy sets won't sell at retail. They actually
I
didn't
don't
have
necessarily
that excuse
agree
to begin with.
No, they didn't. And
Black Series TIE Fighter, the freaking that Legacy Millennium Falcon at Target, Castle Grayskull, Snake Mountain, on and on. Look at those big.
I don't know if Snake Mountain's getting a retail release though. I think it's
okay. Fair enough. But go into, say, like a Target. Go to the back of the toy department and look at those giant blow molded Fisher Price kids little forts. They can fit those. You're telling me they couldn't fit a HISS tank in a box this big? Bullshit.
Of course they could.
Bull
you know, and it's
shit. You know what it is?
I agree.
No faith in the IP. That's what it is. It's not that they don't have the store shelf space. They have the space. But Hasbro, even still now to this day, says G.I. Joe is an emerging brand. They still classify it as emerging. After they freaking killed it how many times over, it's an emerging brand. It has no media, right? So a lot of these stores are like, it's not because they don't have the space. But yeah, Jesse, that's a good point, man. And I got to say, you know, speaking of Toys R Us, when I had Kirk Bazigian on my show, because Kirk and I are cool like that, because my name's Chad, I'm a fucking Chad. We were talking about, you know, when he was the vice president of Boys Toys for Hasbro, and he would go around to all the Toys R Us's in the tri-state area and in New England, and he would set up their Boys Toys display. And I was talking about my childhood memories from Toys R Us. Now, when you're talking the early to mid 80s, they didn't have those big, massive Toys R Us's in downtown Manhattan like they did until they closed, like the one on Avenue of the Americas. But I would have to go to the one in Bridgeport, Connecticut, right off of I-95. And as soon as I said that, he just started telling me all these stories about how he would always go to that Toys R Us in Bridgeport. And like, to me, that's the stuff that like builds these bonds in this community. Like, just to have a conversation with a guy about a Toys R Us in Bridgeport, Connecticut was just cool.
Well, super cool. I agree. What I love about the legacy of Toys R Us and other you know, toy stores in general, because there's a bunch of them out there, obviously. But anytime I'm looking at like vintage news footage or older movies that were filmed in a toy store, and you just like, it takes you back. And I'm so grateful for that media. I remember walking into
the store. You can still smell it. Yeah.
Like there's a horror movie called Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, not to be confused with Silent Deadly Night 1. 2 recaps 1. You don't need to see 1, just see 2. It's perfect. Just trust me on this one. But in the one of the opening scenes, they're in a toy store because Christmas, and there's one particular shot. It's framed perfectly to where you've got your main characters in your foreground. In the background, there's a boxed Castle Grayskull and a freaking Star Destroyer or a Death Star, the shipping box, and they look pristine. And I'm just like, I want to reach through the damn screen and just like, you know, it's craziness.
That's like watching the original Dawn of the Dead when they're in the mall and you're like, hey, look at all those stores. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's Monroeville. I used to live not far from there when my parents retired there, so I could go down there and stuff. So I've shopped there multiple times or whatever.
Nice.
My first comic book convention was in the back of Monroeville Mall. But the thing is, I want to come back around to like that story you were telling. One of my favorite things about Toys R Us or Children's Palace at the time, which later was absorbed,
and Child
they would have these. They'd have these like in Child World, yep. They'd have these like fish tank displays with like cellophane covering them. Yeah. They'd have all the dioramas in there, which I guess is what he was setting up. And I used to I would always ask someone if my parents were like down the aisle or something, I'd grab at work. I'm like, can we just buy this? Like, how much would it cost to just take this home?
I just want this. I want the whole thing.
Like, yeah. You know, because then you look at it like with a modern toy collector mentality. And it's like, okay, if I had a time machine, you like do the research and all the like paperwork to figure out when they would take that display away. Because now they're all loose toys. Be like, I want to be there on the day they're switching that out, and be like,
right,
I'll give you $200 right now. Just give me all this.
Yeah, you know, they just take like some open box and they're like,
exactly.
This is for you.
Oh, that's thank for you, Jeremy.
We're gonna say that's for you.
Well, thank you. Well, and for you too.
Yeah, but you're the guest, man. It's all about you. Jay Bartlett, my brother from Canada. Speaking of good friends from Canada, quick hello, my friends. Yo, Joe. Yo, Jay. Love you very much. And Jay is currently filming the sequel to Nintendo Quest. He's filming Nintendo 64 Quest with our buddy Rob
Wait,
McCallum.
That's the guy from Nintendo Quest?
That's him. That's Jay Bartlett, yeah.
I fucking love Nintendo Quest, dude.
Well, they're filming Nintendo 64 Quest right now.
That's on brand for me because for Christmas last year, the wife got us a Jungle Green N64, and we're building our collection. So I will look forward to having this as a reference. Keep doing what you do. You're awesome at it, Jay.
Yeah, that's him, man. That's Mr. Nintendo Quest, Mr. Action Figure Adventure.
Awesome.
Nice. Mikey says, since you are the man when it comes to vehicles, I would like to see you make an EM50 from Stripes. You know what? I actually thought about doing that. The urban assault vehicle, the fucking RV. I'll do it, dude. You want me to make an EM50? You're on right there. I said it on camera. And the cadet that he made the customs of is Cadet Deming, the blonde chick from the Sunbow. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. Very cool. So Jay, if you're still here, Jim loves your stuff, dude. Yeah. Brandon says, still have Toys R Us in Canada full size, but so little stuff you'd actually want to shop for. Yeah. See, again, that's what a lot of our Canadian friends say. Oh, and then Jeremy says, rad Devil Dog, what's your MOS?
2621 Signals Intelligence Operator.
There you go. Shoot, move, communicate, right? Everybody needs commo.
That's right. Well,
James Lucas says,
we have a motto in that particular MOS. In God we trust, all of us we monitor. That was our thing.
All the freaking pogues that I know say shit like bullets don't fly without supply, and I'm like, get out of my face.
That's not true. Our job in that shop was to make sure you guys knew where to go, the best way to get there, and get home safely. And when those things didn't go to plan, like it fucked with a lot of us.
Yeah,
that whole
the J2, S2, yeah, all of it, and the 6, right? I always loved my 2 and my 6 people, right? Because they knew what was up. And then James Lucas says, growing up, we didn't have Toys R Us anywhere close. That sucks.
Ugh,
did you never really shop at Toys R Us, James? Because that would be shitty. Jim says shitty. The one in Jersey isn't in a Macy's. It's in its own store in the American Dream Mall.
Huh. Okay.
Gotcha. And then
interesting.
Michael says, okay, fine, they can sell dolls too.
Thank you. Appreciate the concession.
Barbie is 3 aisles at least at my Toys R Us. G.I. Joe total is 2 aisle end caps.
Well, given the amount of product that Classified has out as current at any given time, I think that's fair. I think that if
a lot of exclusives too.
Right.
So, there you go.
So I feel like I don't think we're ever going to get back to the idea of being able to collect a toy line from year over year. You know, back in the day, Toys R Us, you'd have stuff from the previous year still on the shelf, along with the new stuff, and just scads of it. And you'd have to dig to find stuff, but it was there.
Yeah.
And with the current retail market, the way that it rotates out stock for no good reason, really. If you have the space, you should utilize it. But I would love to see a classified aisle where you've got just about everything that they are currently making on the shelf. Like, that would be awesome. They're never going to do it, but it would be great if they did.
Yes, it would be great.
I know you don't like classifieds. I know you don't care.
I mean, I wasn't going to argue any point. I was just, you know what? I'm going to
No, I know that look. I know that look.
I'm a joy multiplier. Yes, it would be great.
Yes.
I am not a joy killer. I'm a joy multiplier.
And when that is successful, someone will get their thumb out of their ass and properly reboot the 1/18th scale line and put those on the other side of the aisle. There you go. Everyone gets happy.
Yeah, I don't want to go down that freaking rabbit hole of stress, because it's like,
you like having a finite amount of stuff to collect, don't you?
No. I just, I don't want to get into the whole philosophical. I don't understand. Why did you give 4-inch Joes to Haya? And then why did you give 5 POA to... I understand why you let Super 7 license Joe for reaction, because they license everything to reaction. It's not, these are the only 1/18 Joes, even though technically it kind of fucking is now, but that was by design, wasn't it? You know, and then they started redoing O-rings, and then they did a O-ring fucking HasLab and then killed it. I don't understand.
I will say that if you're going to farm it out, and you do farm out the Haya toys, you could do a hell of a lot worse. The Haya stuff looks pretty good to me.
I got the Snake Eyes in the Storm Shadow. I did. I opened them. I put my hands on them. I posed them. I did all this stuff. I set them up, and then I gave them away.
You just didn't like them?
Not because I don't like Haya toys. Their quality is good.
Oh, yeah.
But I already have a bunch of Snake Eyes and a bunch of Storm Shadows, and somebody couldn't find them, couldn't order them, because the Chinese retailer I got mine from sold out, and I was like, you know what, man, you can have mine. Because again, joy multiplier, right?
There you go.
I might talk a lot of shit. I talk a ton of shit. I have a lot of opinions. They're just opinions, right? They shouldn't put people's panties in a bunch, but I share toys with people. I may be a fucking dick, but I'm nice at the same time. Crash is here. What's up, dude? Good to see you.
The only Haya toys figure I own is it's an alien, and it has blood coming out of the back of its head like it's being shot. So one of the first loose displays I put on that shelf, and you can kind of see it if you squint, it's Destro shooting out the back of the alien's head, and then I got a 4-inch Spider-Man and a Venom going like, wait! He's with us!
Very cool. Yeah, and then World Made of Cardboard says, even Dallas Vintage Toys has a Barbie aisle. Yeah.
They do, and that's a great store.
It is a good store. Every time I drive through, if I was going to like Fort Benning in Georgia, or if I was going to Joe Fest and I went that way, I would go to Dallas Vintage Toys every time.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't there this year because I went north. I went through Arkansas and all that. I went up through
I gotcha.
Amarillo.
Last time I was in there was like spring of 2022. I just haven't made the trek back up. And they had like 6 box Power of the Force TIE fighters for $20 a pop. I'm kicking myself because I paid $30 for that one behind me, and it's loose.
Ugh. Yeah. Here you go. They should really make a new Joe cartoon. Us old farts would love it. You know,
as long as Kevin Smith doesn't showrun it.
You know, it's funny.
Honestly,
Ted said, as long as Netflix isn't involved.
I don't care. Well, yeah, I don't care who actually streams it. And and Ted knows, like, I liked the new Motu show for what it was instead of lamenting it for what it wasn't.
Yeah.
I understand what they were doing. It was a bit ham-fisted, but it had enough moments that were like, oh, that's cool. But what the best part about it is that if you want it to link up to the Filmation series, it's easy to do that. But if you want to unhook the caboose and just let it go off the mountain, you can. My dream project for G.I. Joe animated would be Let Larry Hama plot the whole thing and give him the best crew with the right animation, make it adult oriented, and let that sucker go for at least 2 seasons so you have full character arcs.
Yeah.
You give me that, like, and then you put a toy line in with it that's worthy of the scale.
Yeah.
Like, fly off the shelves, dude. Fly off the shelves.
I will agree with you on the Revelations thing, because I looked at the beginning of Revelations like I looked at the beginning of G.I. Joe Resolute. You could say this is like X number of years after the Sunbow series ended, or you could say, you know, Revelations is X number of years after, you know, the Filmation ended. You could do that. But at the same time, to kind of go off what you were saying and James's point, when I saw the trailer for that Wrath of Cobra side-scroller game, I was like, yeah, you know, they're going to do sprites. It's going to be side-scrolling. It's kind of like that Ninja Turtles game that same company made. I'm interested, right? It piqued my interest. But at the same time, as I'm watching this trailer, it's just enough American animation. It's just enough of that kind of anime hard cuts. And I'm like, man, if the people who made this trailer made a cartoon, I would fucking watch that religiously. I would.
Yes.
And every time I watch that trailer, I think the same thing. I'm like, why didn't they just pay these people to make a cartoon?
And what I don't understand is, in a world where Black Star or Battlestar Galactica, the reboot, existed, it is basically a soap opera in space, a space opera, and it did gangbusters. In a world where wrestling, sports entertainment, is at an all-time high, arguably, in terms of popularity, where it is basically real-world superhero soap opera drama, and reality shows are where they're at, right? Yeah. People want to see like the high-stakes stuff, and nostalgia is not going away anytime soon.
Nope.
Why couldn't you do a more adult-themed G.I. Joe series and knock it out of the park? It may, you know, take what they did with Resolute and push it a little further, just a little further. A little more blood, a little more swearing.
Critics, fans, Resolute was a hit.
I loved it. I loved it.
That shit was a hit. I dropped my gum.
It's something where it seems like it would print money, but I think that when you say that they have no media, therefore the stores don't have faith in the brand.
Yeah,
I think that Hasbro, with what they went through with Snake Eyes, I hate that exists at all. With what they went through with that, I think that they're gun shy on it. And even though it'd be a minuscule investment, conversely, I think that they wouldn't want to launch the media again in that way without making sure there's a toy line to support it. And they're so wishy-washy on 118, which is where it would need to be to be viable.
Building.
You'd have to do that. But take a fucking risk, man. Come on.
That's to me, that's kind of my basement level. I don't want to say beef, but observation. You don't see companies that really take risks anymore. You don't see like Mask Line or Visionaries or Inhumanoids. It's like, here's another He-Man, here's another Snake Eyes, here's another fucking Megatron. It's just
I think the closest thing to that, I do think that the Filmation accurate Motu line is a calculated risk, because they're not relaunching the cartoon with this. It's pure nostalgia bait. Yeah. And they're not just taking the original Bucks and putting new heads on them. No. These are slenderized, like the same scale, but proportionally they're different. Right. It's a whole other thing. And I've seen, since the reveal widely on, what was it, yesterday, I've seen at least 6 to 8 people somewhere, either in my channel, in my comments, or just on social media in general, saying, I wasn't into Origins, but this is getting me started. This is what I always wanted.
Yeah, and I could see
and I think that you could see the same thing. Hasbro should totally Me Too this. Not the hashtag Me Too, but Me Too. Like, oh, Me Too, I want to be a part of something. Just being clear, okay? Yeah. All right? Consent is key. Consent. That's right.
Bandwagon.
Yeah. That's yeah. So you could redo, like, you could do a 118 scale line that is not necessarily cartoon accurate, but just like with the classified, just cartoon adjacent, just enough.
Yeah.
Put out a limited series, because that's what they used to do. Put out a limited series on a Netflix or a Paramount Plus or wherever the hell you want to deposit it. Give it the oomph that it deserves in terms of an adult reach, I think that could be something for him. But I don't. But because you don't have anyone who really thinks that way about Joe's working on Joe, no one's going to come up with that idea because they just want to keep their damn job.
Yeah, you don't really have toy people over there. You have like business majors and shit, and they're like they know more about Excel spreadsheets than they do about what has playability or longevity or durability or toyetic proportions. They don't know that shit. No. Brandon says, Chad, here's an idea. Canadian Toys R Us tour with the Canadian friends on your trip for your channel. London, Kitchener, all these other places, Burlington, all within 2 hours drive. I'm down. That's cool.
Very cool.
That comment was a fucking hot minute ago. I am like getting behind.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when two guys that like to talk get together.
Yeah, exactly. And that's okay, right? Don't forget about the first Blues Brothers movie where they drive through a mall. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of space in here. They do. Yeah. Especially the Toys R Us. Yes. Very cool. And then Brandon sends another $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Chad's streams are the best because he can go all night long. Do I have to do it?
I saw him take the pill before we started. I'm just saying. I saw him take the pill before we went live. You heard it here first.
Yeah, I did. I was like, I'm getting old. That being said,
gotta be careful.
Yeah, we are going to wrap it up at some point because I told Ryan I wouldn't try to run into their stuff too much. Mikey says, Dad would scoop me out of school early and would go to the city to see a movie in the nice theaters, then go toy hunt at Toys R Us and Targets. Awesome, dude. Those are the kind of memories that you just can't, you just can't get past them. Like, my grandfather took me to see The Empire Strikes Back, and then he took me to Toys R Us. Like, I will never forget that. Yeah. The PX and 29 Palms. Here we go. Right. Hey, you're a Marine. I had a decent toy section when I retired. A lot of the exchanges had decent toy sections, and now they're just not the greatest. I used to hunt the exchange toy sections, and now it's just so agreed, but changed. Matthew says instead of Haya, they should have let Jazzwares do it.
Yes.
I gotta agree with this because when Jazzwares put out that freaking Halo line, the Warthog and the Mantis, immediately you could get them anywhere. Immediately, as soon as I saw the Warthog, I just went online and I was like, ordered 2.
And what I love about Jazzwares, I don't know what they're doing with their distribution, but like their Universal toy line that they did, Universal Monsters line, I should say. They'd been out for like good 6 to 8 months. And I was like, I'm going to wait. And I'm going to get these as my housewarming gift to myself. We moved in here. And I was able to do that without any FOMO, any risk, nothing. Yep. They just make their damn toys available. It's like
yeah. It doesn't matter if it's Fortnite or Halo awesome and different scales, and they're out there.
They do the thing, and although you could argue that they're kind of all over the place and don't have a niche, they do all of those things really well. I have yet to hear a complaint about Jazzwares anything, not at least a serious problem. Why they're not getting more licenses is beyond me because they deserve it. That's a great company. It's a good point too, Matthew.
I agree. I think Jazzwares could do. They would have done more than Haya has. I mean, only 2 are even out. Everything else is either pre-order or pre-order sold out or whatever. And
they would have hit the ground running, and it would have showed, and they would have done the vehicles right away. And can you imagine a hiss that they had made? Because they're all about that detail on the paint deco and making sure things work and all that.
Right off the bat, that would have happened. Yeah, because that freaking Warthog is awesome, and I have mine down there next to my GI Joe Grizzly tank. I love it, man. I mean, the scale is big.
Yeah, but it's on my list of to get because now I can justify because I have enough 1/18 that I can do that, right? Like I'd love to see like Final Faction aliens getting into a fight with Master Chief and Final Faction backing it up, and then Joe's coming over the hill. Yeah, like that's my dream diorama.
And a lot of the generic Jazzware Halo like troop builders, You know, just like the Space Marines, not like your Spartans or anything, but just like your Space Marine dude.
Yeah, the
I have them
ODSTs.
all over the place. I have them all over because they're cheap, they're easy to get. Hell yeah, dude! And those Jazzware Fortnite. I don't know what the character is, but they're all in black. They have a helmet with a skull on it and the 2 orange hoses.
Yes, I need to correct myself, by the way. Jazzwares does what Jazzwares does. I'm thinking of Jada Toys with the Universal Monsters line, which is great. But that's another good company. Yeah. But Jazzwares, everything I've ever seen of theirs, like everything I said stands. I just combined those 2 really good companies that sound alike together. But both those companies, like, chef's kiss.
Bottom line, Jazzwares makes good 4-inch figures. Yes. I also said it's more of a pipe dream because I love the company, but I would have loved to see Marauders get G.I. Joe. And I know it's almost a direct competition, but dude, their model, you just go on their website and like these hands, this kit, this torso, this head. I just built a figure. I freaking love it. If Hasbro did something like that, they would crush it. Photo Viper, what is up, dude? Says, sup, guys. Congrats on 2K. Thank you very much, man. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Patrick Strauko says, kids love video games, need more kids interested in toys. True. I don't know. I mean, my kid's pushing 17 and she collects. So I don't know. She always loved toys and video games. But very cool. Treasures for Trigger. What is up, Phil? If anyone heads to Japan, there are a ton of Toys R Us. Biggest toy dedicated chain here. Hell yeah, dude. Another reason why Japan is rad. So rad.
Japan's crazy awesome. Good.
You can buy all sorts of stuff out of vending machines in Japan. Brian King. I'm listening to this while building a figure on Marauder Inc., a ginger male and female. Awesome, dude. Very cool.
I support that endeavor.
I do as well. Oh, man, my chat just jumped. Jeremy Kerr says, the only problem I have with Jazzwares, they should have made more pen folds for the Danger Mouse line.
Yes. Honestly, I looked into getting that Danger Mouse, those toys, and because the pen folds are so expensive is why I kiboshed it. So I am with that 100%.
There you go, right there. That's a PSA for
looked
you,
it
brother.
up. It's in my cart right now.
Looked it up. He's fucking shopping while we're talking.
I got 4 monitors, man. Like
I got 2. Whatever. Just, me and my sad 2.
It's not. I'm not a size queen.
It's
I actually use them all.
Bear 11 Charlie says, I really enjoyed Renegades. I just don't really have an opinion on Renegades. The only thing I could really say is I liked Renegades when it was called the A-Team. I don't know. And that's kind of what G.I. Joe Retaliation did too.
Yeah.
If you liked Renegades, that's great, dude. I appreciate your opinion. I just always talk shit about how they made Scarlet look fucking ugly, man. Why do you take the prettiest Joe and make her look like a foot?
Well, if you're in combat that often for that long, one could argue that it just kind of happened that way.
Jim, have you seen my wife? Have you ever seen the Ma'am?
No, I've not. No.
Okay. The Ma'am's also 11 series. She's an officer, so she's an 11 Alpha. She's an infantry officer. My wife's been to combat, and she don't look like that.
I understand that because your wife probably knows how to duck. Scarlet is always like jumping headway into shit, no helmet, riding open air things. Like, come on, couple accidents, couple.
All right, we're caught up on the chat. Everybody's having a good time. We still got a lot of people here. Thank you all for still hanging out with us. I got one more starred comment.
Okay, I think I know which one it is.
Yeah, you do, huh? She's mad. Renegade Scarlet's my favorite Scarlet. I will say that figure, if you have it carded, keep it carded, because I'm sure Rachel knows what I'm talking about. That Renegade Scarlet on card is worth bucks. Sorry, Rachel. I still greatly appreciate you. Are we getting a Mameo tonight? No, Brandon, I'm sorry. No cameo from the Ma'am. Maybe.
Me either.
Maybe this weekend. I only see the Ma'am on the weekends. Sorry. She's busy right now.
Mm. I'm gonna dissect this real fast, and I'll give my comment on it, and I'll be done. First of all, Valverse, I don't think got kicked out of anything. Number one, and as for who the toy dealer is in question, I'm sure that there was some level of relative engagement that ensued. I don't claim to know what happened. I don't care to know what happened. I know that Bobby Valla is a stand-up dude. He has some of the best toys that are on the market right now. From a business acumen, he's doing the right thing. I don't always agree with the guy. I know that he has an aggressive personality. It rubs people the wrong way. That's their problem. And if you're going to cause or allow to be caused a situation where he's not going to go to your festival, you're only hamstringing yourself, your convention, and the customers that go there, and you're selling your reputation, not his. I think it was a dumb set of events.
Yep.
All I know for certain is that I was going to go next year. I'm probably not going to go now on principle alone. And I love the Joe community. I'd love to be welcomed in there, and that's probably the place to do it. But right now, today, with how I feel, not a fan of the way things went down. I think the other individual involved in this whole thing really needs to keep his trap shut and put on his big boy pants and look in the mirror and just calm the fuck down. It's stupid. Everyone should act like a grown-up. I'm not making any accusations across the board. I'm just saying the way all of this was handled was puerile and bullshit. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. So yeah, the only one who can answer anything is Bobby Valla, right?
I agree.
I like Bobby. I respect him. I appreciate him. I consider Bobby a friend.
He's a good dude.
That's just the reality of it. I don't even know if Johnny's still here. Johnny, if you're still here, sorry it took me forever to get to this, but this is kind of one of those, I don't want to say drama, but it's a more dour kind of topic. And we were loving toys and talking about Toys R Us and shit. Like I said in my car rant, which I'm sure a lot of people saw because that thing fucking blew up.
I was one of those people. I watched it.
Everything that I said in that video was only my observations. And I know a lot of people said, whatever, I'm just defending Bobby, but they were all my observations. What I observed from the dude, what I observed from everybody else, and the argument I made, just like what you just said, Jim, people don't line up every day to the point where they have to change the floor plan layout to accommodate, right, that much hype and that big of a crowd and that much of a line. They're not lining up to see this retailer who fucks with Bobby endlessly. They're lining up to buy Valaverse. They're lining up to meet Bobby and Tony and Ryan and Ninja and those guys. They're not lining up to meet that guy that just fucking gets in your face and yells cash only, And the only thing I can say is that it sucks. It shouldn't have happened. I fucking hate drama. I hate it. We're all allowed to have our opinions. I'm opinionated. There's nothing wrong with being opinionated, right? That's what makes the world go around, right? Being diverse and different. But at the same time, it only hurts the attendees. Bottom line, it hurts the attendees. Mm-hmm. And that sucks. It sucks that it had to reach that point where the attendees are the only ones that get fucked. And
yeah,
that's what made me mad. That's the one thing that made me mad. It's not that Bobby and I are friends or Ryan and I are friends because by proxy I have to make a video. No, it wasn't that. It was that the attendees get fucked. The people, just like what you just said, Jim, I was going to go next year. You know how many people are like, oh, I was so looking forward to next year because blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, they're bugged. They're upset about it. And it sucks for Ed and Joe Fest too. It just sucks all around. And I think the only one that it doesn't suck for is a dude who fucking instigates most of it. If you take someone who's strong-willed and very opinionated and you walk up and you start fucking poking them, you know what you're going to get?
What do you think's going to happen?
Yeah. It's manufactured and it's intentional and it's bullshit. And that's the bottom line. Like this bleeds over into everything. Like, I'm friends with Jay Bartlett. Jay Bartlett and I are great friends. We're great friends. He's my brother. I love him to death. I'd fucking do anything for Jay. I know of another channel, the person who runs this channel, that is no longer friends with Jay because he's cool with me. The fuck is that? You know what I mean? Like, that's high school shit. That's
if I'm gonna like cut out somebody or block a channel or not patronize a store or something, it's gonna be because I have a particular issue with that person. I'm not gonna start weeding my friends out because they might be cool with somebody. I might have a discussion with them, let them know how I stand on the subject, but oh shit.
Oh, guess where I'm going.
You got, at worst, you have a couch in my living room to sleep on.
Well, I truly appreciate that offer, my friend. And B, you know what? Thank you, Rachel, because that was always the thing. Like, I remember reaching out to these guys, and I'm like, why is your show the same weekend as Joe Fest? Like, you know what? There you go. There's a freaking alternate right there. So,
yeah.
Jimmy Purvis says, I live an hour away 3 years ago out of the blue, went back to the last 2 years for Valaverse. Not sure if I'll go in 2024. Yeah, and then there you go, right? Bobby punches up at Super 7 and Hasbro Toy Federation punches up at Bobby. Yeah. It sucks. It just sucks. Hey, that's a cool Operation Recall image you got there, Jim. I dig it. I can't really see it, but I know that's Operation Recall. It again, right? I'm not defending or chastising anybody about it. I just think it sucks, dude. It just sucks. Like, we're like, oh, cool, I got this freaking dolly and I got this dolly. I don't understand where the
I don't understand like why it's like I said on Monday on my show. It's like some people take this shit way too seriously, right? Yeah. And I understand that, any kind of hobby investment, any passion investment, whatever, like that's going to breed certain amounts of emotional reaction to things. But why fight amongst yourselves over something that I don't get it. And I just looked up that DFW Joe show. It's last weekend in June, which is perfect for me because a month prior I'll be making my rounds at Retropalooza in Houston, so I'll be all set up and ready to go for that. So we'll be there with bells on for sure. So if you want to come down, we'll do it up.
Yeah, I would love to, actually, especially since Rachel said that Daryl DePriest is going to be there because.
Well, yeah, bonus.
I would love to sit and talk with Daryl. I've actually considered asking Daryl to come on here.
Well, you should.
Yeah, I think I might. I'm still trying to frickin' wrangle Ron Rudat, but the dude's so busy. Speaking of Operation Recall, he's so busy right now. And then Jim Smith says it's Luna, my favorite. Very cool, dude. Thank you for clearing that up. Brandon says, I took them all to task fairly, I think, on What's His Face's page. Wise up, everyone. Don't we all have enough shit in our lives? Yeah. Like, that's the bottom line. Everybody's got enough crap. Like, this stuff is supposed to be
the escape.
Escapism to a degree. It's escapism, but I love it for the art. I love it for the stewardship of these pieces of art. I love it for the camaraderie in the community, not for bullshit. Not for bullshit at all. I freaking hate bullshit. And it comes in all shapes and sizes and forms and faces. And like, I put up a post about the Python Patrol Cobra Flight Pod. Everybody wants to call it a trouble bubble, whatever, right? And all I put was faster repaint than Mission Brazil.
Yeah. I remember seeing that.
Is it untrue? No, it is not, right? because they showed the repaint before most of the people who ordered them even had them in hand. It was,
and that's the problem.
But it's a joke. Yes, it is. It is accurate. It is a faster repaint than Mission Brazil. Okay. But at the heart of the post, it's a joke. It's just to make people go, and then scroll on. Dude,
Not to mention,
I got
serious
everybody coming at me with the knives.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. I looked at that thread. I just got disgusted. And here's the other thing. And I think I said as much in the thing. If you're going to do that, fine. But you should make the standard edition of the Flight Pod more readily available to those that want it, rather than like piping up this niche repaint. Like it's stupid. Because I'll fleet build those in a heartbeat, but they just sold out so damn fast.
And the reality is, I don't care one way or the other. But if
you're not invested in the line,
right? But if I point something out, there's just this this nerve that gets hit with a lot of people, and I have theories, and theories are just theories. That's what they are, Sure. They're ideas that you formulate based on what you observe within any given space, and
sure.
I don't know. It's like some kind of protected class. Like you can't crack a joke. You can't make a funny. You can't point out something obvious like, hey, Falcon looks like shit. Can't say it.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he totally does.
Okay.
But you know what? I'm still gonna eventually get one and just swap the head.
Night, Jeremy. Thanks for being here, brother. Appreciate you. Jimmy Purvis says toy community and the 2A community spent too much time trying to destroy others with similar goals. It's crazy. Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Jim says, and now this week they are $25 off a $100 toy purchase at Target, so they're like $35. But the whole thing is, I made a joke. It was a faster repaint than Mission Brazil. Do I care? No, I don't care. Did I just point out the obvious? Yep. But it was just for the funny. That's it. But
it's hilarious
who's
to me.
Supposed to be my friend took that, screenshot it, made a post, and then all these people were freaking flaming me. His car rants are stupid anyway. Oh, fuck that guy. And I'm like, okay. And then the only reason I even knew about it is because he tagged me and said, this isn't my opinion. This is my bro. It's Chad. And then I saw I got tagged in a post, and I went and I looked at it, and I'm like, all these people are wrecking me, and you're liking and chiming in, and then you call me your bro, but you yanked my shit to make a flame post. And I didn't reply to anything in it, like I'm trying to be measured and mature. And I just sent him a message, and I said, I'm going to ask you once, and I'm going to ask you nicely. Take that down. And he did. I didn't start shit. I didn't start shit with everybody. I just and I think that more people need to be measured, man. It's just dumb.
I agree.
And I will
I
will fucking hang out with anybody, man. If you like Silverhawks, that's cool, man. We could just talk toys. It's fine.
Exactly. Like this Mutant Mayhem sewer playset that I got. Oh, War My Cardboard. Love you, dude.
Yeah, it's good to see you, brother. Have a good night.
I had just pre-ordered this the weekend that I went to Retropalooza here in Arlington. And I told a few people about how super. Oh, terrible! I respect the game. And I would tell people about it. And I was like, I think this is perfect scale, perfect price point solution to display the Playmates reissues along with vintage Turtles. Yeah, it's a cool thing. It does the whole thing. Thank you, Roll Keeper. And like. Pixel Dan, for example, was like, I didn't even think of using it for that. That's a great idea. And he loves the thing, and his kids play with it and stuff. The other half of people I told, friends of mine, they're like, nah, that looks stupid. It's too close to the movie and this and that and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, then don't buy one. It works for me.
Yeah.
Like, just enjoy my joy.
Dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, if it works for you, if it scratches an itch for you or fits into, your collecting world, hell yeah, dude, get it. Go for it.
Exactly.
Whatever.
And, I say this at least once a week. this is my toy room. This is for me.
Yep.
And it was built on my choices, the generosity of others, research, and patience. And I'll do whatever the fuck I want with anything in this room. And if you don't like it, that's cool. You don't have to be friends with me. You don't have to talk to me. You don't have to watch my channel. You don't have to like any of my friends. Go mess with your own goddamn toys.
Yep.
And if you just wish you had some of these, maybe have some humility and ask how to find good deals or where to start. Have some basic human decency and respect that everyone's got their own thing going on.
That's a big
even
thing
the
right
people,
there.
Even the people that troll and bitch and moan, I respect the fact that there's something in their lives that's making them miserable, that causes them to feel this is the place where they can lash out. And I try to give grace and respect to anybody, even if their opinion really grates on my nerves, and understand that they're coming from a place that I don't know. And I think that even if, because it's not as easy as just saying, well, fuck all these people that are being like that. Well, yeah, fuck them. But at the same time, don't silo them away and sequester them into their little echo chambers. It's only going to get worse. For every 5 of those people that do that, at least one of them is going to be worth having a conversation with. Thank you, Jimmy. To try and understand why they feel that way. Like, what's the big deal? Tell me what's going on. Because
totally
maybe we can win some of these people back and get them back to the art of the debate. Understanding that it isn't always about I'm right, you're wrong, let's fight. It's we both have opposing opinions. Let's try to understand each other. And the sooner we get back to that place, not just in the toy community, but all over the place, a lot of us are going to have to just stop buying blood pressure medication. I'll tell you that much.
I don't have to take my fucking sleep meds. I'll tell you. So I put out my car rant. I did say this is entirely based on my observations. And that's what it was, right? I tried to really control, like, not just like rage quitting life and just like, these are all personal observations, quantifiable. And then today I got a comment on my Facebook post about it that said, do you always tell bold-faced lies? And I looked at it and I deleted it. And then I messaged the guy and I said, what are you talking about? Right? Not aggressive, just, like I'm looking for some clarification. Like, what are you talking about? And he said, you said this, that's not what he said. Meaning the guy the video was about. Hell yeah, Brandon. Right? And before I could even respond, he sent a screenshot of what the guy said in response to me on YouTube. And this is all right. Even saying it just makes me feel uncomfortable because it's like drama. However, the guy who put the message or who replied to my post and then I messaged, he sent me a screenshot that said he didn't say he doesn't care about the attendees. He said he does care about the attendees. And I said, you know what? You're right. I must have read that too fast. I apologize. I'm going to go correct that. And I did. And I went and I immediately corrected it. And I put an asterisk that said, I have to correct myself. And I said, he said he does care about the attendees. Not that he doesn't. I misread it or I read it too fast. That's on me. And then I responded back to him in private message. I said, there, I fixed it. Honest mistake.
Oh, yeah.
He said, you know what, man? Thanks. And I said, you got it, dude. Like, I don't want drama with people. I don't like conflict. I don't run from conflict either, right? I'm generally a pretty amicable dude. But at the same time, like, if I make a mistake, I will own it. I will always try to own it. I've always told my soldiers that the last thing I ever want to be is a hypocrite. So, I owned it. And me and that guy, totally cool.
And that's awesome. But
somebody else, they see a message that says, do you always tell both sides? They'd be like, fuck you, you piece of crap. And I bet you still live in your mom's basement. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to do that. That's that dude.
But when you have that opportunity, granted, you can't do that with everybody.
No,
but in certain circumstances, it's worth trying.
Right?
It does. Yeah. It really does.
And that's why I told that, because it goes along with what you were saying. It takes both parties to be decent, right? And like take a
Absolutely
step
does.
back and not be like, I have to attack everyone just because I have the ability and a keyboard, right? Like, because if we were face to face, you wouldn't be like that. You know, you'd be
True.
a little more like, hey, we're in a social setting. Like, I'm an adult with, you know, marginally adult social skills. I'm not going to be crazy, but that's kind of what I was talking about. And then Brandon says, if you don't like the car rants, don't watch them. How hard is that? And, you know, that goes for everything. If you don't like this, don't buy it. If you don't like the content, don't watch it. 100%. Absolutely.
Yeah. And fair
Soft
warning
shells.
to my
That's what I
new
meant by soft shells, like thin-skinned people. Yeah.
fair warning to my new subscribers and anyone who's thinking about hitting the sub button for me. If you don't like listen to a guy talk about something for 15, 20 minutes minimum, don't watch my videos because that's all they are.
That's why I love you, dude.
I talk a lot. I like longer form stuff. I like to get out opinions, and I will take that stuff and do it that way. But that's not everyone's kind of cup of tea. When I see a video and it's less than 10 minutes, I tend not to watch it. I want to be immersed in something. I want to hear the whole argument or see the whole thing. I'm not talking about production value or you know, snazzy editing. I want to hear. Yeah, I at least go through it. Like, even if you're talking in circles, like, I want to hear your passion. I want to hear what you really think. I don't want you to get in, get out, wham, bam, thank you, sir.
Get on with it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. But,
dude,
fair warning.
I got to say, I love the fact that, you know, since you brought up your channel and like what you like and how you are, I love the fact that you're just like, topic, go live. I love it. It's just like you and everybody in the chat, and it's so interactive, and I love watching it, man. I really, really do. Media Clash has a good point. It's all about clout chasing. Too many content creators, yeah, that's a thing too. Take the low-hanging fruit of drama post, and I gotta agree with what Media Clash said. Dude, I made that car rant, and the more views it got, I don't want to say dirty. I didn't feel dirty, but I felt like it's only blowing up like that because it's fucking drama. And I added to it. And it on one hand, I was like, I need to say this because, you know, there are those times like if you don't speak up, nobody knows, right? But then on the other hand, it was like, I'm only getting all these views because people just want to see me rage about somebody who raged about somebody else. And I was like, I just fucking added to it. So,
and I'll do little rage pieces.
I don't know if I'm guilty of the low hanging fruit, and if I am,
no.
I don't want to be, but yeah.
I don't think your intent came from that place, although you had to be aware that it would get some traction, of course. But it's okay to speak out, but you just got to be prepared for the backlash. And Gojatron's a good friend of mine.
I know.
I told you this was going to come up. Didn't I tell you this was going to come up?
Yeah, you did. You did. It's okay to want a justice jogger, dude. Just get one. No, it's fine. Because Superman needs a justice jogger.
Well, it's a robot ostrich, man.
Of course it is.
And like,
it's not even as cool as an ATRT. Yeah. Yeah.
In one of my first superpowers, in one of my first toy videos, I defended the existence of the Supermobile in lore, and I explained why it's a thing. Justice Jogger, there's no way to do it. It covers your face, and everything else is just there to get shot at for no reason. Ugh.
Jimmy Chan says, here, Jim, communication is key. And Jimmy Chan, this dude, he is one of those guys in the community. He's just like always upbeat, always post cool content. Anybody that's like, yeah, this is awesome. He's always like, hell yeah, man. Thanks. Like, he's such a freaking rad dude. Rad, supportive dude. And then Jason says, very stand-up thing to do, Chad, to own up for a mistake and make good on it. Yeah, man. I appreciate that. I'm a firm believer in there's three types of mistakes: honest, careless, repeated, right? Those are the three types of mistakes. And honest mistakes are okay. Careless mistakes are not good. Repeated mistakes means you don't learn your lesson. And try to live by that, right? Army Leadership 101. It taught me some good stuff, you know. Curb Stomp. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one. Yep. Just like I said in my car rant.
Some stink more than others, though.
Yeah. Like I said in my car rant, one thing that my stepfather instilled in me, one thing, there's assholes everywhere you go. And that's just life. Because I was that like
Mhm.
angsty, upset teenager and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, it's going to be your whole life. It doesn't matter if you're 15 or 50, you know? And here I am, almost 50. Same shit, right? So I always try to remember that. Yeah, right. Woodman. Chad, you took the words out of my mouth. I tend to keep my mouth shut as I don't want to add to the drama. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't. And I'll tell you, Jim, and everybody else who's still hanging out with us, thank you. I was doing some soul searching on the couch today as I was trying to talk myself into watching the season finale of Ahsoka. I like to crack jokes and I like to be light, and some people take my jokes as attacks, which I don't want to. I don't care how people perceive me, right? Because I know who I am and all that stuff. I have my own, personal value. We're not turning this into a therapy session, but
We can.
I don't
I have a
want
psychology
to
degree.
be negative. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't want to come across as negative because I'm not a negative guy.
It's not your intent. And, but then another military saying perception is 90% of the reality. And people will use that against you. And it's like, well, I understand that. But then it gets getting into something else that this is going to be a can of worms I'm going to shut real fast. But that's how I feel about cancel culture, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
absolutely.
I will quote a Scotty and lyric from an Anthrax song. If you don't like it, don't buy it, don't read it, and don't say your opinion's right. That's all there is to it. Don't engage if you're not into it. Like, there's plenty of stuff out there I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah, it's like suicidal tendencies. Like, how would you know what crazy is? You wouldn't know crazy if Charles Manson was eating Fruit Loops on your front porch.
On your front porch. That's right. Exactly.
All I wanted was a Pepsi. Yeah.
Just one Pepsi. Not Pepsi one, just one Pepsi.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't give it to me. Just one Pepsi.
I didn't mean you. I didn't take it as you meant me, Media Clash, but I totally agree with what you're saying. They push people like you and Bobby to defend yourselves. Yeah. Agreed, man. And I don't want to perpetuate the cycle is kind of what I was just saying.
Right.
But thank you for that, Media Clash. I didn't think you meant me, dude. Anyone can make a mistake. It takes a good man to fix, own it. Agreed. And
depth of character.
Every time I pull your name up, Jim, I just look at that OR art. I freaking love it, dude. We're the best. Chad's fit. Dude, you are the best, man.
Yeah, you guys are pretty freaking awesome, I must say. I've been on several shows. This is one of my favorites so far, if not my favorite. Yeah, you know what? Did you like the first 5 or 6 episodes at all? And if the answer is no, of course it sucked to you. I'm sure it will not live up to any expectation I have, but what they set up to this point, I'm like, I'm not sure where they're going to go with it. I just want it to end. And hopefully they'll build on it later. But and here's my thing. It's okay.
Crazy. You're crazy.
Exactly. I'm the one that's crazy. But it's okay to watch something, kind of like it, and be a little disappointed. And for that thing to still exist. It's okay. You can like things. You can not like things. And as long as you're not hurting yourself or anybody else, and those people aren't hurting themselves or anybody else, it doesn't matter. It's a 40-minute episode of a show that I'm already this far in. I'll watch it just to see what happens. And if I don't like it, guess what? I'll drink that memory away in 2 or 3 days from now. Easily.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I watch, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you mean like scroll on? Like people can just scroll on? Or are you telling me to scroll? Because you're the last comment, motherfucker.
No, I think he means that people should.
I'm just kidding. I'm just talking shit. I'm just kidding, Patrick.
I didn't know what he meant until you brought that. When you brought that up, I was like, oh, that's probably what he meant.
Cancel Jim. Cancel Jim. Cancel culture on Jim.
Easy. I'm easy. I'm easy to cancel.
No, dude,
I have a very, very dark past.
There's a lot of stuff that I watch, and I just watch it as an observer.
Yeah.
Right? Because a lot of stuff, I try to not get too emotionally invested in it. Like, it better live up to every single one of my expectations or I'm going to punch myself in the face. The only thing that I can say about Ahsoka is everyone speaks like this.
Yes.
And then there's the 5-second pause. And then the next person goes,
yes.
but what do you mean? And I'm just like, this is so dour. It's just like,
Yeah,
they're all on like some sort of like meds. That's it. The only thing that, like, when I watch shows like Ahsoka, it's not just Ahsoka. There's a lot of shows on a lot of services where that's how everyone communicates in these shows, and I think a lot of that goes back to the writers and or the directors.
yeah.
It's like when military shows say protocol as opposed to procedures, and I'm like, we don't use that word in the military. We don't use protocol. We use procedures, right? These shows, they just kind of do that. And then I remember when the Falcon escapes from the Death Star and Luke's like, I got one. He's like, great shot, kid. Don't get cocky, right? They're yelling and it's fast and there's tension. When I watch,
I remember
there's no tension. I'm just like,
well, that started with Star Wars. That kind of started with the prequels, and I'm not going to go down this whole thing.
yes,
But
I will agree. There was some. What do you mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
And everything I needed to get out of Star Wars in the last 25 years, I got from The Force Awakens. It's not a perfect movie. It's derivative. It's very. It is the Star Wars equivalent of clickbaity. It gives you exactly what you think you're going to get.
Yeah,
and it fulfilled the emotional desires that I had for a Star Wars movie at that time. And I said, whatever else they make, whatever. I don't need this to be the best thing in the world. This gave me what I wanted. I can hang on to this memory. Fine. And everything else that's come since, I'm like, most of it's been middling to okay at best. And it's okay for something to be fine, but it's whatever. I don't like investing in series that much to begin with. Like, there are series that I'm borderline addicted to that I'm not going to mention here.
Brandon,
I
you don't like Rogue One? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. Rogue One was pretty sick, dude.
I love Rogue One. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I do. But
the first new Darth Vader I got was a Rogue One. And I went out of my way to get that one because it's the Rogue One Darth Vader.
He doesn't like Rogue One. I have to say that for every weird episode of Book of Boba Fett, or for every like slow speaking moment in Ahsoka, I did get the season 2 finale of Mandalorian with Luke Skywalker, and I will always treasure that, even if it's just that one. I will treasure that because I think each
of those series have something that's like it made it worth watching. For me, it was the Rancor in Book of Boba Fett, for example. Yeah. It was one thing.
There you go.
I was like, that's cool.
I like this right here. Most non-veterans don't get veteran humor, and I absolutely.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wow.
Seriously,
that blew my mind, dude.
Mikey says, I think all 3 of those mistake styles are prevalent on both sides of this mess at different times. It's very unfortunate to see the ripple.
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
I agree, Mikey. And I wanted to put that up. And then Jim says, you have that Northeast humor. Yeah. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, the tri-state, Massachusetts tend to hit people that aren't used to it different. 100% agree. I'm originally from Brooklyn, right? Prospect Park. And I can hang out with somebody from Boston and we'll just tear the shit out of each other.
I was born in Cape Cod.
Fuck you, dude. I don't know.
Pardon me. Cape Cod.
Cape Cod. I was born on
Cape
Cod. Jim says Carson's last 2 Kickstarters were my first and second, and were both first day all in.
Oh yeah,
agreed. Dude.
It's a great line, dude.
They weren't my first Kickstarters, but yeah, Carson is the torchbearer of G.I. Joe. Period.
Absolutely. And the only reason I didn't support those at the time is because I didn't have a dog in the fight for 1/18th. Now I do. And it's like, well, I'll wait till the next one comes along and we'll see what happens.
Everything about Operation Recall, like fan submissions and all this stuff, and Rudad and Bazigian and, Bill Merkline. And I was just like, more, speaking of The Last Jedi, right? More. I was just like in my head, I was just saying more the whole time. So. Yeah. And then I just want to kind of get to the endish. Last Jedi is literally the worst movie ever made.
No, it isn't, because I've seen Mega Piranha next.
I think
Trust
the
me.
last Jedi fractured Star Wars. That I will say.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. But
It's a movie
you
about
know.
people running out of gas, and it destroys the most hopeful guy in the fucking galaxy, and then it from there it just sets the stage to ruin Anakin Skywalker's legacy, ruin Luke Skywalker's hero's journey, and I'm just like, but
So here's the
I can
solution
just
to
not
that. It's
watch
real
it.
easy.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. You
Yeah.
can go directly from Force Awakens to Rise of Skywalker, and you're not missing any plot, not any real plot. You're missing like 3 scenes worth of shit.
I go from Revenge of the Sith, Rogue
Okay.
One, immediately into Star Wars, aka
Mhm.
A New Hope for the rest of you. Empire, Jedi, Force Awakens, and it ends with Luke turning around. And I'm good. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to like everything.
I will say this, just because my eyes were opened on this. Spoilers. I'm just kidding. But I don't know if you got into Clone Wars at all. I did not want to get into it, but in 2020, I was running out of shit to watch, and my buddy Rob over at Order 42 was like, "Dude, trust me, watch it in chronological order. It'll make sense." Da, da, da.
Clone Wars.
What I recommend, the Clone Wars series.
Yeah, Clone Wars has some brilliant character development.
And the thing is, what I ended up doing, just to put everything in its proper perspective place, was I watched the entire prequel trilogy along with the series in the canonical order that they all occurred in.
And then to episode 3.
And then to episode 3. And then to, Rogue One to New Hope. And I wrapped it right there.
Rebels are kind of...
And and I did it over the course of like a week and a half, because I had the time to do it at the time. And I'm not going to say it redeems the prequels, but it certainly elevates them to something they were not meant to be.
It doesn't take away. I will absolutely say that. The Anakin Skywalker character development in the Clone Wars, I have to say, that episode of Ahsoka where she wasn't in the world between worlds, but I mean, spoiler alert, but you know what I mean? Where she flashes back to them in the Clone Wars and he's wearing his Clone War armor with the hair. And then you see Cody and he pulls out and he's like, "Let's go." And there was a moment I was just like, "Boy," and that wave hit me and I was like, "Oh man."
Yeah, and the thing is, it just
berries. You know, we talking about low hanging.
It is. I remember, but that's something that Filoni's just good at. That's his whole thing.
Yeah, that's all Filoni's deal. Yeah,
and he's good. I think if you give him enough runway, he's going to do something really special with Star Wars. And I think this is the start of that. This is him dipping the water in, showing I can. This isn't super risky. It isn't super dour. It's middle. You can kind of see where I'm going.
It's middling. It's like it's like toast. You know
it's fine. It's like fine. I feel the same way about Rebels. So there you go.
Yeah, there were a lot of things in Rebels, like that Imperial troop transport that Kenner made, and they put it in Rebels, and I'm like, hey, there it is. And a lot of the mini rigs, and I was like, there were a lot of cool little 70s, 80s toys, Easter eggs in there. I just didn't like the animation.
I didn't either. But I did like the characters well enough, and then to see them kind of re-realized here.
I liked Vader in it, because whenever Vader showed up, he's like the shark from Jaws.
Exactly. It was it was a perfect use of the character.
Everybody else is like running and scrambling and fighting, and Vader's just walking through that hangar, and he just tears ass, and he pulls that shuttle down. I'm like, that's my boy right there.
Exactly. Reminds me of the opening of I think it was the second Power of the Force game, or Force Unleashed.
Force Awakens,
where you
pull the Star Destroyer.
Well, that's in the first one. That's the Apprentice does that, but in the opening, I think, of the second one, you are playing as Darth Vader in the tutorial.
Yeah, the Wookiees.
Yeah, just throwing all over the place. Like, I could just replay that level.
I would just stand on that bridge and just lay waste. That's all I would do. I would just stand there at the end of the bridge, and they would come, and I'd be like, "Yeah!" That was it. Anyway, yeah. Media Clash says, "I'm in the minority. I really like the Disney Plus shows, and I like the potential that Force Awakens had, but the 2 follow-ups wasted." That's kind of one of those they didn't really have a road. Well, J.J. Abrams had somewhat of a roadmap, and Rian Johnson was like, "Nah, I'm just gonna
He
throw it away.
he tossed that script out the way he made Skywalker throw the lightsaber.
Yeah. Jason says Rogue One had to be the best Disney Star Wars movies to date, had that original trilogy feel. I agree. Like down to the 70s style haircuts. And being that I love war movies, like you could tell that Gareth
Edwards.
Yeah. He was
Yeah.
really trying to make a war movie. Like everything had weight, like every weapon had recoil, and everything was dirty. And it was just like it was such a dirty dozen movie.
It was.
I like Rogue One. I really do. And then
that
plus,
guy for me
it had the red leader and gold leader footage that was never used from the original Star Wars, and they put it in there, and I was like, yes.
It was a perfect tie-in. It made sense.
And even that stupid original Red 5 guy.
I loved that. I thought it was a cool nod.
And then there was like they had the ghost in there, and you see Chopper roll by, and I'm just like, man, they just tied it all.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and good. I love what he did with the Godzilla remake, even though it wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
I'm like, I see what you did, but it was a safe movie that laid the groundwork to go ham with King of the Monsters and stuff that came out. So anything he was going to do next, I was like, I want to see it. And then it turns out to be fucking Rogue One, and it's as good as it was.
Yeah. Well, now he has that new movie coming out too. I just happen to forget the name.
I don't remember what it is. Yeah,
he's got some new movie coming out. And then love him or hate him, Zack Snyder has that Lost Moon. That was his Star Wars pitch, and Kathleen Kennedy was like, "Nah, dog, we don't want your Star Wars." And so he's like, "Cool, I'll just develop it on my own and take the Force out of it." He's doing it. So I don't know. I'm really interested in that Lost Moon.
I run hot and cold with that dude.
Snyder? Yeah. I kind of do too, but for the most part,
I respect his skills as a filmmaker.
Judge Zack Snyder based on the DCEU because Warner Brothers is known to meddle in everything, but I like his Watchmen and I like his 300. Like
I love
Watchmen
300.
is one of those movies like you could not
Ultimate
make it
cut,
today,
dude.
And Snyder was the only one who could make that. So many people tried to make Watchmen over decades, and Snyder was like, "Yeah, I'll fucking do it."
But if you have to watch the Ultimate cut, that's the only way to watch it, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah,
you got to see that blue dick.
But I rewatched this today on a lark, and it was his remake of Dawn of the Dead, and it was something I didn't know about it. You know who wrote the screenplay for that? James Gunn.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, no wonder I kind of like this when I saw it.
I watched the 10 things you didn't know about. I watch those all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
James Gunn. Yep.
I was like, no wonder this movie works as well as it does. You've got a really good action director with a really good character-driven screenwriter who I knew from his days with Trauma. And so then you find out, oh, this guy's going to get Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm like, sign me up, bro. And then it's just exactly what I knew was going to happen happened. And without spoiling Volume 3 for anybody who hasn't seen it, he really brought that whole series home and gave it legs. I was really, really happy with that.
I didn't see Volume 3. I heard there was a lot of like animal abuse stuff going on in it, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about being told that, but I don't want to see that, so I didn't watch it.
I will say this: have you ever watched a war film with torture in it?
Yeah.
Did you feel in some of those movies that it drove the story and character development forward?
Yeah.
That's what it's used for in this. It is not gratuitous.
The only thing that I really like about Guardians is the whole Yondu death thing. That gets me every time. Every time.
Well, there's moments in this that will get you as well for similar reasons. I won't spoil it.
Yeah,
it's worth a watch.
I'll watch it, but me and Marvel, it's like if I get around to it, maybe I'll watch this or that. You know, I'm not much of a Marvel guy. Never have been. I was always a Batman.
I would love to say that I'm not, as I have all these Spider-Man things and X-Men back here.
Yeah.
Like this shelf right here with the X-Men stuff, it is front to back, ass to mouth, all Marvel Legends stacked in rows.
Nut to butt.
It's just because exactly. I just haven't unboxed them yet.
Yeah.
But I have a series about that, so It's good.
Yeah, that's cool. Brandon says Last Jedi killed it all for me. Okay, sorry, I was wrong. I forgot. I did enjoy The Mandalorian on some level.
Yeah, fair enough.
The Last Jedi, and it's just me. It's just my opinion, right? Take it or leave it. But The Last Jedi completely fractured Star Wars for me.
It did, and
TC
the fan base
said,
too.
Rogue One was decent. Darth Vader was too spry for 5 minutes before A New Hope. Yeah, I mean,
maybe he was
would
winded.
argue that a little bit because he's just kind of doing more of his Empire Strikes Back stuff. Like, you got to remember Star Wars in 1977, George Lucas's idea of lightsabers is that they were heavy, when they fought like knights or whatever, and it was more mental than it was physical. And plus there was this whole history of he underestimated this dude, even though we hadn't seen it. George Lucas had it in his head that the reason this guy's a walking freaking iron lung is because he underestimated the other guy a long time ago.
Yeah.
And then in Empire, you see the true Darth Vader. He's just messing with Luke, one-handed, effing around. And I saw that. I saw Empire Vader in it wasn't Home One. What was the ship? Admiral Raddus was on the whatever his fucking flagship was. I forget the name of it.
No, you're not talking about the
Rogue One flagship. No.
Oh,
not the Tantive V4. Because he's going down the hallway of the Mon Calamari.
Of the other one. Yeah.
I forget the name of that ship. It's Admiral Raddus's ship, whatever it was called.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And someone brought that up to me once, and I said, look, Rogue One is Darth Vader getting laid. A New Hope is the cigarette. That's what it is.
Yeah.
He's got to calm down a bit after that.
Jason says, no way. I was from Brooklyn, moved to New Jersey. Right on. I lived in Edison, New Jersey, right outside of South Plainfield for a little bit, for a hot minute.
One of my favorite places to play when I was a professional musician was Clifton, New Jersey.
Yeah. Woodman, Boston boy myself. I get it. Yeah, see, there you go. Bear 11 Charlie's from Jersey. Look at that.
Nice.
Brandon says, Carson, from what I can tell, is the G.I. Joe fan that sets the standard. Who's a worthy Joe fan? Say what you want. You ain't Carson either. Yeah. Carson's the torchbearer. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
I liked the Next Generation. Of what? Star Trek?
I think that's the joke.
Yeah. Got it. Mikey says Clone Wars cartoon is some of the best storytelling. 100%.
I agree.
The clones, Fives and all of that stuff. And the very last episode where like Cody has to kill some of them and you just feel like, man, that sucks. Or Rex. I'm sorry, Rex. Yeah. Brandon says, no, it's worse than anything. Last Jedi is abysmally stupid, embarrassingly bad. At least B-to-D movies know what they are. Last Jedi tries to be a Star Wars movie. Just my 2 cents. Hey, your 2 cents is appreciated, dude.
We're having fun here. You see, we're having fun.
Yeah, we're having fun.
Okay.
I appreciate the prequel trilogy after watching Clone Wars, but more so after watching the sequel trilogy. That's like what 90% of the people say. Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I just have to say that, like, and maybe I'm getting off in a weird freeway exit here, but Disney Star Wars fans to me are like, and I'm going to say it, classified fans, right? They're not really Star Wars fans. They're not really G.I. Joe people. They're like, they got into Star Wars from some other avenue, and they think that Star Wars needs to be like this. Not what Star Wars is or was. Not follow the mythology or the lore. They want to change it. We're not doing the Force. We're doing magic. The Force is female, blah, blah, blah. Anybody can use the Force because the Force is in everything, and everybody has some level of midichlorians. So Sabine just has to want it hard enough, and she can use the fucking Force, right? These classified, and I'm not trying to blanket everyone who's into 112 scale G.I. Joe, but you see a lot of people who get into classified from other 112 collecting, and they don't know about G.I. Joe. So when you see oh, at this reveal at San Diego Comic-Con, they said they're going to come out with the Cobra SMS, and then you see a million people, what's an SMS? Who is Glenda? I don't understand. What's a Wild Bill? And I'm like, oh my fucking God. To me, it's the same thing as like the people who say The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars movie ever. And I'm like,
Right.
apparently you didn't grow up in the fucking 70s because you don't know shit. But that's just my opinion.
And you know, I agree with that. Like the people that are it's not even a fair weather fan thing. It's just you're coming from a different place into it.
Yeah, and I don't fault it. It's just like I said, it's just an observation and it's a theory based on those observations. Because if you don't know what the SMS is, how much do you know G.I. Joe? Like even the Vamp, like when they showed the Vamp and people are posting and you see it in their live chat, what's the scale of that? What's the size of that vehicle in comparison to a figure? It's like you've never had a Vamp, like you don't know like the size that this Lamborghini Cheetah should be next to a figure. No,
like
okay.
When I saw the SMS reveal, like I was like, oh shit, I forgot that existed.
Yeah, Sears exclusive Cobra SMS.
Yeah, I forgot it existed, but I know that I know that it was there because guess what? I had Sears catalogs as a kid, right? And even if it had never existed, who cares? It's like it's whatever, man. And I don't know. Like what you like for whatever reasons you want to like it, I guess.
Yeah.
But doing a little research isn't going to kill you.
But the only reason that I think I pick up on this stuff so much is also understand, like, remember how you were saying we need to understand each other's sides of things?
Sure.
I get told so often that I don't like G.I. Joe because I won't collect classified. And then people turn around and they don't know the relative scale of a Vamp next to a figure, but I have to hear that crap every day. So maybe that's why I pick up on it more often. Whatever. It is what it is. I'm not going to get that about it. Anyway, what? I'm just trying. Yeah. Brian said Rogue One put the war in Star Wars. Hell yeah. And then Roll Keeper, thank you very much, dude. Gareth Edwards' new movie is the creator.
Thank you.
Rebel Moon looks good though. Yeah, the Zack Snyder, it does. And I really wanted to see that Star Wars. Media Clash, Dawn of the Dead remake was my first professional movie review for publication. Cool, dude. That's actually really cool.
Fun. I saw that in the theater on base when it came out.
The creator is a Hasbro movie done by E1. Really? They actually did something with E1? No.
Huh.
Oh, and here Mikey agrees with you. The end of Guardians killed me. Really ripped open a healing wound for me.
It's good storytelling. That's all I got to say.
Roll Keeper, born and raised in Jersey, exit 91. Is that exit 91 of what? The Turnpike? What? I don't know. Let me know. Jim Smith, just had my buddy's bachelor party in Atlantic City. We went to Supercharged in Edison. Edison, hell yeah, dude. Nice. Bear 11 Charlie, North Plainfield. See, man, it's such a small world. It's crazy.
It really is.
Like, all I had to say was like, yeah, I'm from Brooklyn and I lived in Edison, and then blah, 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 blah. I love it. World's largest indoor go-kart track. Awesome. They don't know about G.I. Joe like Emily. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I try to not sharp shoot Emily. She just does the job, But whenever she kept trying to say XH1 Dragonfly and couldn't say it, every time I was like, I was like cringing a little bit.
I don't watch those streams. I just look for the
I didn't watch it. Someone sent me clips, and I watched the clips of her trying to say XH1 Dragonfly. And she had to keep like looking off screen, and she was like XH1 Dragonfly, and I was like, "Fuck, you can't remember 2 letters and a number?" Brandon, how much knowledge quantifies me as a worthy customer? Classified isn't 1/12 scale; it's 1/11. Yeah. Whatever.
Dig what you dig. I agree.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't give a shit. I really don't. We're still bros. I consider myself a real Star Wars fan. I can't help it. Empire came out the year I was born, but I did have all 3 on Betamax. Betamax. Remember Betamax?
I was born I do. I have some actually. I was born the day before A New Hope came out, so I've literally grown up with Star Wars.
Yeah, I was born in '74, so I remember seeing New Hope. I have a newspaper clipping of me and my mother and my brother in line at this real small one-screen local movie theater, standing outside, and it's my mom and it's me and my brother, like kind of holding onto her legs.
Nice.
And she's always like,
I remember seeing.
Take you to see that movie 17 times. Yep.
Yeah, and we saw Empire as a double feature with Raiders at a drive-in, and I remember seeing Return of the Jedi in the theater when it came out and stuff, and obviously
it was
a huge
before
part of
Jedi
life.
came out, and they had like the animal cracker cookies for Return of the Jedi, but they were the shapes. And I remember like looking at Wicket and the Emperor and Jabba the Hutt, and I was like, who are these characters? I don't care. I'm eating crackers, and I'm like, I was so excited. Neil Temple, what is up? Master Temple's in the house. I got my nephew into the original cartoon since it's always playing on YouTube. Yeah, it is. That's true. I'm saving some of my classifieds just for him. That's awesome. Oh yeah, Garden State Parkway.
Neil, if that interest holds, the G.I. Joe series on DVD routinely goes down to around $36 or less.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's worth the buy because the transfer is really good.
Yeah,
you get all the PSAs. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
awesome.
it has some good special features on it. So if it is something that he's really getting into, consider getting that because it's worth it. They're not going to be online forever.
This is a good point. What's the Sears catalog you speak of? I hate these modern times. Did you see that Kickstarter, the toy catalog Kickstarter?
I did.
I backed that. I backed the shit out of that. As soon as I saw that someone was doing a Kickstarter all about toy catalogs, I was like, I'm in. I am in.
I have a store hardbound copy of a Montgomery Ward's wish book from '84. That's my magic year for toys. And I don't know if you remember this, but they would have by layaway, they would have a catalog. Oftentimes it was hardbound, like they printed the cover into the heart. And those are mega rare, but I paid less for that than I would have for a paper one. And I didn't know it was hardcover. They didn't say it in the listing. And then I get it and I'm like, so it's one of my favorite buys. Oh yeah.
You know, and another thing about the Sears Christmas catalogs, or they didn't call them holiday catalogs. They were Christmas catalogs.
Wish books. Yeah, or wish
wish books. Those are worth so much money. Like people just collect and trade those like mad.
Yeah,
I didn't know that there was a collector's market for the Sears wish books.
Oh, dude, yes. Like they go anywhere from like $40 to $100 depending upon condition and year.
Yep.
They're crazy.
Don't write in them because we all circled everything, right? When you
and
find
the one that I had,
in it,
well, I found one that had some circles in it. Obviously, it's an eBay purchase, whatever. I liked it actually. I was like, this kid really wanted that shit.
I have one of the things in my collection, and I have weird random stuff all throughout my collection. I have a G.I. Joe coloring book from 1987. It's half colored in, and I love it. I love that some kids sat and colored in this. And every time I see it or I pick it up and look at it, the first thought in my head is, how come he didn't finish coloring in it? That's it. Not that I have a coloring book that's been colored in. I actually think it increases its value to me that some kid colored in this book.
Well, that's like my Hall of Justice, my Superpowers Hall of Justice. I bought from the original owner. So I'm only the second person to ever own that thing. And he loved on that thing and kept in good condition. That's part of why it's my most prized toy. Because that's the kind of history you cannot get with these currently manufactured toys. It doesn't exist.
No.
Not often anyway.
Yeah, because the soul of it is not, it's just not the same.
It's not the same.
Yeah. And then Jason, I remember the toxic debate about Snake Eye's origin movie and how it was completely different from Snake Eye's origin in the original Marvel comics. Yeah, issue 26, 27. Yeah, and then 21 ties. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bad time for G.I. Joe because I don't want to say fearful, but I was concerned where you saw that Star Wars fracture with The Last Jedi?
Right.
I was concerned that this was going to be the G.I. Joe fracture,
Thank goodness
which
it wasn't.
I didn't think would have ever really happened because you had the people who are like, well, it's another G.I. Joe movie and it's Snake Eyes, and Snake Eyes is G.I. Jesus. He's everyone's favorite and you should just accept it. You're not a real G.I. Joe fan. And then that R word kept coming out. You don't like Henry Golden because you're you know what I mean? And I was like, oh, this is bad. This is not good. And then the movie turned out to be shit, like Batman and Robin level terrible. So whatever.
I would argue worse than that even. Because at least I can watch Batman and Robin and laugh.
Yeah, because Batman and Robin had the camp and Snake Eyes was trying to be serious like The Last Jedi was trying to be serious. But as soon as the kid's like, is there a safe in the cabin? Because I heard you on the phone talk about safe house. And I was like, oh, it's back credit card. Here we go. Look at this. HGC, late to the party. What's up? Nothing is up, my dude. Jim and I have been hanging out for 3.5 hours just talking about everything. Thanks for coming to hang out for a little bit. I've driven through Jersey going up to Vermont a few times. Jersey's gorgeous. It really is. I like to jokingly call it the garbage state, not the garden state, because, you know, I'm a New Yorker and that's what we do, but I still think Jersey's beautiful. I'm a G.I. Joe curmudgeon. Why 4? 72. Nice.
Nice.
Ooh, here's a good question. How do you feel about Black Major? To me, I think they're going in the right direction, a direction I wish Hasbro would have followed, O-Ring for life. What do you think about Black Major? Do you have an opinion? Have you ever bought any?
I have not bought any. And it's again, when they were kind of like had the most hype around them, I guess, was 21-ish. And
yeah,
I wasn't invested enough in collecting it. I was still trying to get like the must-haves right away. So I kind of did tunnel vision. I didn't, but you always heard that name mentioned. But I would not be able to tell you like the name of one toy. I know some of the stuff they're doing, but I don't know enough to have a fully formed opinion. I know people like them. Some people.
The main opinion I have on Black Major.
Okay.
So I don't actively collect O-rings. I have some, right? But if I get a vehicle or a playset that comes with an O-ring figure, I put them in the playset or the vehicle, and that's where they stay. What I actively collect are, 4-inch modern articulation figures across the board. Yeah, I backed Operation Recall and Strike Force Alpha and Call Sign Longbow, but that's different, right? Those are passion projects and people I respect and love and believe in. Different. If I collected O-ring G.I. Joes, I would go broke because I would buy the shit out of a lot of those Black Majors because he makes fun, like figures where you look at them and you're like, how come Hasbro didn't do this figure? You know what I mean? So I understand people say that you can tell the plastic's a different quality, but of course, because it's not a major corporation. That being said, when Hasbro re-released O-ring figures like with the Sky Striker and the 2-packs and whatever, they don't feel like the Joes of old. They feel just like Black Major's figures. So that's really my bottom line, Chimmy, is that if I collected O-rings actively, I would be broke all the time because I would just be buying Black Majors like I buy fucking Marauders.
That's a pretty glowing review, honestly.
I mean, that's just my opinion. Bear 11 Charlie, I saw Star Wars at a drive-in. Hell yeah. I saw Empire at a drive-in with my grandfather, and then he took me to the Toys R Us in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Mikey says, original trilogy was many moons before my time, but at least I can say I grew up on the unaltered, unenhanced versions. There you go.
Got them on VHS on my shelf out there right now.
That triple box set, boom, before the special editions.
Yeah, I did have the widescreen THX, got rid of those, and then just got the regular THX, and I regret it.
Yeah, the widescreens, they give you all the stuff off in the corners. Yeah.
I had them for 20 years.
You're like, when was there a Lambda class shuttle sitting there? Oh, that's right. It's widescreen. I never, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
HGC, born in 79. I saw Return of the Jedi during the re-release 86-ish. Nothing like it on the big screen. Absolutely. For as much as the special editions have some stuff that should have never been put back in or altered on shot first, seeing Star Wars again on the big screen in the 90s, just like everything came back, and seeing all those people with lightsabers in the theater, it was so great. But that's when Star Wars was still an event, not like it's a new week, there's a new fucking show on Disney Plus, and now it's just like it's turning into Marvel, like wash, rinse, repeat. Brandon says, okay, guys, hope to see you later. Great stream. Thanks for the time and doing what you do. Thank you, Brandon. Sorry if you already left and I didn't get to say goodbye to you. Jim, Jedi was the last, as you were, the first movie I saw in theaters. My stepfather and my dad took me. Awesome, dude. Very cool. Nice. I miss Toy Fair. You remember Toy Fair magazine?
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
Yes. I have a copy of Twisted Toy Fair somewhere as well.
Nice.
The precursor to Robot Chicken.
Yeah, Robot Chicken. Dude, I still watch Robot Chicken. I have an HBO Max, or now it's just Max. I watch Robot Chicken all the time. I forgot
almost every day
vulgar Robot Chicken is.
Oh yeah, man! Like that's something
I forgot how vulgar it is. I'm like, man.
When I'm trying to wind down to go to bed, I might crack a beer and watch a couple of those before I kick off.
I watch like ghost hunting shows. That's what I watch.
I can see that in you.
Like, yeah, like the real like documentary types, not like the retelling or whatever shit. Like, yeah,
I watch real ghost.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
know.
Like the in the moment ghost hunting stuff.
Right.
Yeah, man, I love ghosts. Whatever. It is what it is.
They love you right back.
Yeah, they do. HG. They love me, and
I've seen Ghostbusters. I know how it goes. Ray just
4 feet above the covers. Black
Please come down.
Are great for army building, in my opinion. Plastic is a tad thinner. Yeah, there you go. So just don't chuck them on the ground. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I said.
I will throw my toys on any surface I wish.
Get out of my face. Yeah. Exactly. You could tell that the plastic is different-ish, but again, the O-ring Joes that Hasbro was putting out last year, this year, they feel exactly the same. So I'm not going to fault them.
Yeah.
Sears catalog was Playboy for 12 to 16-year-olds back in the day. I'll say 5 to 16-year-olds. So
yeah, I'll agree.
There you
with
go.
That.
That's for you, Jim.
Thank you. Motorhead forever.
That's Lemmy Kilmister?
Yeah.
I hung out with his drummer in the Rainbow Room once.
Oh, Mickey? He's good.
I had another life once. Rachel, what'd you get? Jason, very cool. I just received the Amazon toy book in the mail. I did too. It brought back some Sears book nostalgia. Sadly, no G.I. Joe in the Amazon book. No, Rachel, you know what? I got mine the other day in the mail, and it was just sitting on the dining room table. And last night, I sat down in my family room, and I flipped through the whole thing, and I was like, not a lot of boys' action toys in this Amazon toy book. But yeah, that's cool. Very cool.
Yeah, that's weird.
I got a bunch of the Black Major Cobra forces to support Destro and Cobra Commander. Yeah, the variety of the figures that Black Major puts out is intense.
I might have to look into them now.
Yeah. And there was just kind of talking. Also, nothing like a thick ass toy catalog with 3 C's. 3 C's. Thick. That's thick, boy.
Thick. Yeah, exactly.
Jim, I think about that with every vintage thing I get, from coloring books to figures. Chances are we all have something from someone's childhood who isn't still with us.
True.
Wow. That's perspective, right? And that's why I always say that we are stewards of these pieces of history, these pieces of art. we're stewards of them because yeah, just like Jim said, like you, Jim, both Jims said, yeah, I firmly believe that. Like we're the stewards of them. I love getting a toy that's like 60, 70% complete with a bunch of dust on it and restoring it. I love it. To me, like every time I look at my Night Raven right there, I love it because like I cleaned it up. It shines like it was brand new. And when I got it, that thing was cruddy. GI Jesus. Yeah, that's what he is. Snake Eyes is GI Jesus, dude.
See, I was never a big Snake Eyes guy. I'm a Destro guy.
You know, like I like Snake Eyes. Do I think that Snake Eyes is the be all end all savior of GI Joe? No, he's part of a team. To make an origins film about one member of a team, as soon as they announced that, and I'm like, did you guys not? Did you not like do a lessons learned observation with the Wolverine origin movie? Most popular X-Man, played by the actor who was probably the most popular in the X-Men movies, bombed catastrophically. And I'm like, you didn't learn your lesson. Like Hollywood.
Well, in both cases, they changed the lore to really stupid levels. And like, you don't need an excuse to make either of those films. You just make it properly and you're fine.
Yeah.
Like they should have printed money. Hasbro was right. It should have printed money if they'd have given a shit about the property. But they
I think a lot of that is, let me answer this real quick. Woodman, send me a message on Facebook or Instagram and I will just shoot you the link straight to it, dude. Yeah, where can I find the link for that catalog Kickstarter? Just shoot me a message.
I have a theory about the Snake Eyes origin film. I felt there was a direct correlation between the amount of money they lost on that film and the price hike of classifieds and Marvel Legends that followed a few months later. I think they were trying to make their money back out of our wallets because they ate their ass in that movie.
Well, and classified was supposed to tie into that movie and the Operation Blackout game. It was all supposed to be like one and the same. Mm-hmm. And then, the movie got delayed and the game came out and, the releases didn't work out. But that's happened all throughout history. So whatever. I think a lot of it is the writers don't know enough, or they think they know too much. And then you have Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, who that dude is poison to those properties.
Mm-hmm.
I understand he's produced other stuff outside of Hasbro property films that are pretty good movies. Because I watched some movie like 2 weeks ago and I was like, what? Di Bonaventura was an executive producer and I liked this movie. But then the guy who directed Batman and Robin directed Flatliners and The Lost Boys.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And, we could sit here and break apart people all night long, but I'd love to say best intentions went awry, but I don't think there were best intentions on that film at all.
No. If you wanted to do Joe right, get the Russo brothers, give them a bunch of money. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
We could talk about that all over.
We could.
Yeah, we really, really could. Lago's Lair, Black Major and Stan Solo make awesome figures. Dude, Stan Solo kills it. That Rebel Fleet Trooper that Michael French showed, I was like, where was this in 1979? Where the hell was this figure? And it looks perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look, Han shot first.
Of course you did. Why is that even a question?
Yeah, it's not a question. That is a statement. That is an exclamation. Exclamation.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Jason, I was hoping Hasbro continued the modern G.I. Joe 1/18 scale. Yeah, me too. Absolutely. Will, I get shit for being Florida man all the time, but joke's on you because I'm actually from Jersey City. Okay, let's break this down. One, I love Florida, and I'm going to go back to Florida one of these days. That's going to happen because I'm trying to work out buying my wife's grandparents' house in Melbourne right on the Indian River.
I
love
mean, if you
Florida.
like to drink water and breathe at the same time, it's the perfect state to live in.
I mean, whatever. I'm an East Coast kid all the way. I love the humidity. I can't stand being out here in the desert. I have to shave with clippers because all I do is break out. Brandon's back. We love you, Brandon.
Oh, welcome back.
I said some very sweet stuff, and I don't know if you were here for that.
Watch on the replay.
Take off, eh?
Oi.
How's it going, eh?
Oi.
Dude, Strange Brew. How's it going, Hoser? I freaking
That's
love
the
Strange
thing.
Brew.
I do too, but my best friend in elementary school was Canadian and spoke like that, and I didn't. I've never taken it as a joke because was my first impression of Canadians, and like the whole thing.
I just like the comedy of the movie, like the way they
Oh,
talk.
sure.
It's just an add-on to me, like, oh, stand back, hey, I gotta take a leak. But it's just that movie is so good, and it's one of those underrated comedies that people don't talk about enough. Like everyone's like, oh
Like
yeah,
that.
Trading Places and this, that, and I'm like, what about Strange Brew? Or
Like that.
dude,
Kentucky Fried Movie is another one people don't talk about anymore.
Hey, do you remember the horror parody Saturday the 14th?
Yes, I
God,
do.
somebody else remembers that freaking movie. I loved that movie as a kid. I loved it. Like, it was just creepy enough, but funny enough. And like, Saturday the 14th is a great movie. It's kind of like Monster Squad in that way. But
I was about to mention Monster Squad. That's actually getting a 4K release in a couple months.
Ooh, Wolfman's got nuts.
And that's the thing. The reason why it's poignant. It has all the special features of the DVD release that the Blu-ray didn't have. Plus, it has a copy of Wolfman's Got Nards, the documentary, in it.
Oh, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
It's on Amazon right now.
Wolfman's Got Nards documentary. I just watched that. I want to say on Tubi. I watched it on something not that long ago.
I got it on disc. It's really good.
Awesome. Bear 11 Charlie says the first time I watched Robot Chicken, I was in Afghan. Laughed my ass off watching it. Yeah, it's so. Did Bear 11 Charlie? Did you watch the Robot Chicken episode of G.I. Joe going to Afghanistan while you were in Afghanistan? Because that one's funny. Great. And they get
it was good.
No, it's the Weather Dominator or something. It's so good. Man.
I just saw that episode again.
Yeah.
Like
Shipwreck teaches them how to like dress up like the enemy and all this stuff. And snow jobs coming down the sand dune. So funny.
It's silly.
So funny.
Love it.
I think I might subscribe to Jim and its channel after tonight. So like Jim and me? Jim and me? Well, that would be nice. He did the zoom in. I
love you, Will. I love you, Will. But
I love it.
He gets into that Clamato and he gets a little spiky.
Will is such a rad dude.
He really is.
I don't know. I just really appreciate all the people. I just do this for funsies, just for whatever, just for hanging out with cool people that I have similar interests in. But like when I first met Will, like he just walked up to my car and he opens the door and I'm like, "What's up, dude? Get in." And we just went and ate and we just hung out. And it was a fucking blast. We hung out all weekend and just had a blast.
Will is a rare human. He's amazing.
He is, yeah. Will's a really rad dude. And he let me eat his potato chips, and I did it like gratuitously, like right in his face. Wow. Anyway, Eric says Iron Grenadiers for life. That's a sub team that, well, it's really not a sub team. It's more of a separate faction.
Yeah.
I didn't really get into the Iron Grenadiers when I was a kid because as the IG was getting bigger, I was kind of going out. So it was like this.
And I didn't like the series that they had with the reboot. I didn't enjoy that cartoon series. So,
yeah, it didn't really.
That was No, but looking back on it, I like the aesthetic. I like what they were going after. I've seen some other things about it, and I'm eventually going to get some kind of IG representation on the shelf because it's Destro. I got to do it.
I'm Once I came back into collecting Joes as an adult and I looked at a lot of it from a fresh perspective, I saw the demon. I got the demon. I got the Razorback. I got this. I got that. I got the figures. Then I started making a bunch of Iron Grenadier customs. And I'm just like, I'm a freaking fan. For some reason, like, I just really latched on to the Iron Grenadiers.
That's awesome.
Yeah. We're getting there. Lost Boys is a fantastic movie. 100%.
It sure is.
I love the Lost Boys. Death by stereo.
Maggots, Michael. You're eating maggots.
Yeah. I guess he didn't like Chinese either.
Yeah.
There you go. Look, random diorama. What's up, dude? Love Strange Brew, kind of a cult film, I guess. Yeah, I would consider that like a.
It was one of those things where if you blink and you missed it, and if you didn't experience it within like a 5-year window, it's kind of lost to time in some cases.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those you had to be there to remember it. Sort of like Saturday the 14th, which is why I asked if you remember that movie, because it was one of those things like it came and it left, and it either stayed with you or it didn't.
Yeah,
have you heard
there's
of
a
this
ton
movie?
of movies like that.
Fubar 2?
I've heard of it, but I'm
going to have to find that.
Me too.
Look at it. Speaking of Will being rad, I totally love Saturday the 14th. Yeah.
There you go.
Ooh, this. No.
I never watched it. I didn't watch it.
I couldn't get 10 minutes into it. Napoleon Dynamite, and two other comedies that a lot of people really love, Superbad and Super Troopers. I cannot.
See, I like Superbad and I love Super Troopers.
But I cannot. Liter of cola, and I'm like, oh, turn this shit off. I can't stand Super Troopers.
Burger punk son of a bitch! All right.
Littering and
Smoking the reefer.
I can't do those movies. Look, see, we're not the only ones. I remember Saturday the 14th.
We're not alone, Chad.
Oh, he said no. It was when Robot Chicken first came out. A buddy's wife sent it for us to watch. That's cool.
Right on.
That's a good care package right there.
They were still swinging for the fences that first season, though.
The AGP. I just got the AGP not that long ago, and I love it. Yeah, very cool. Eric says, Razorback just don't come to Brazil, sadly, but the vehicle is still cool. It is cool, man. It's super cool. Pursuit of Cobra era Iron Grenadiers have a cool look. Agreed. Just finished restoring my Demon over the summer. Such a crazy but imposing vehicle. Yeah, that's why I have all the Iron Grenadier stuff in one of my other intros. The Warriors. Come out and play.
Come out to play. Yeah. Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
That had Michael, what's his name? He was like one of the main characters that was in Megaforce.
Mm-hmm.
Sure did. Yeah. He was Dallas.
Yes. Okay.
Look. Oh, God. Here we go. Super Troopers is funny for the first 20 minutes. Oh, James Salzberg, what's up, dude? Thank you for this super chat. He says,
Salt, man. Good to see you, brother. Just thinking about
Salzberg is he's a good dude. Speaking of good dudes,
the best.
Yeah,
the best.
He's
you
a
can't you can't see it, but just past where these shelves join, if you squint, you might be able to see some Migos right here. All right. Those were gifted to me by him, and they belong to him and his brother. And
he just hooked me up, and I just bought a bunch of Action Force stuff from him. I finally got an SAS Panther, thanks to this dude.
Nice. Yeah. That guy, the Salt has forgotten more about toys than you and I will ever know. That guy is insane. I will put his knowledge up against yours any day. No shade.
Okay.
I love you though.
I don't have a lot of foolish pride, but I will G.I. Joe knowledge a lot of people. Role keeper.
Okay, fair.
Michael Beck. Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Also, you love him in blue, and you love him in red, but mostly you love him in blue. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I'm not like a toy super knowledge guy.
You're a Joe super knowledge guy, though.
I just like G.I. Joe. But again, remember, like I said, enthusiasm over expertise. I'm not an expert. Last Dragon Remember Last Dragon?
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Who's the
I'm trying to
baddest?
see the movie.
Shogun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last Dragon. Yeah. And then everybody's like, play.
Of course.
SAS Panther is pure plastic badassery. I know. I'm super excited. And then when I get it and I put it over there with my ATC, which I freaking love, and my Wolverine, and then I can think of James. And that's kind of why I love all that stuff. You know what I mean? Bruce Leroy. Yeah. Anyway, Jim, we could just sit here and chat with the chat all night.
Good.
You got anything else to show us? I know you already talked about that Turtles playset.
No, man, it's all behind me, man. And certainly there's always more stuff to brag about, I'm sure. But what do you got? What do you got?
This is my birthday present to myself. And I always wanted the Sigma 6 Dragonhawk, and I got one for myself because I really freaking love this vehicle, man. You and I we were checking this out backstage before the show started.
Yeah,
I love
awesome.
it, man. The playability, the toyetic properties, it's got sounds, it's got lights, it's got this cage that drops off and opens up, it's got firing missiles, pew, 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 little shooters. Dude, this thing is freaking money, and I love it. And yeah, it's 2.5-inch scale, but again, like we discussed, you can customize the cockpit and make it for one figure, but the scale is huge. This thing's the size of a Sky Striker, but it's like 3 times as high.
And it would make just as much sense with a 1/18 scale figure. Like,
yeah, and I gotta say, like some of the Sigma 6 stuff, like the Sigma 6 Hiss tank, even though it's like mask scale, right? Because that's exactly what it is. It's a mask scale. That Hiss tank, so many play features. This is like, to me, this is some of Hasbro's best stuff. Please make a video about it. You got it, dude. I'll make a video about it. So cool. Yeah, this thing is fantastic. It does so much stuff, lights, sounds. It has this rad spotlight right here on the bottom, and the spotlight just stays on, and it's red. So it's awesome, right? Low vis, that's how you want it in a tactical environment.
You're inspiring me to do a restoration video I've been dragging my feet on. I have this Nylent Freedom Force helicopter from '85. And that was like, it's awesome. And some of my guys got together, Salt included, and made it happen. And I just haven't gotten out the plastic weld and done her up. But now that I've got some 1/18 stuff, I need to show off my Freedom Force helicopter. I'm just saying. Do
it. Yeah, Rachel says, I love that Sigma 6 Dragonhawk. I wish they made it in 1/18 one-seater. Yeah, totally agreed. At some point, I'm going to loosen the cockpit, and I'm going to put a one-seater in there. So yeah, I'm not going to take a Dremel to it. I'm going to be nice about it. Thanks, James. You're too kind. And Eric, I promise you, dude, after I finish this custom Cobra Missile Command headquarters and finish the video on it, which is long. It's long because every time I do something, I film it. I will do a video on that Sigma 6 Dragon. Jim, what do you got coming up, man, for everybody who's still hanging out with us?
Well, either tomorrow or Friday, episode 2 of my new series Around the Toy Room in 7 Days is coming out. What I do is I depackage minimum of 7 toys from a minimum of 3 separate lines. That's right. And the whole goal is to get these shelves redecorated with loose figures as they're supposed to be. And this week's episode, I overdid it a little bit, and it should be a lot of fun. And every Monday, you can catch me over on the channel for Toy Grinds Live at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And I have Patreon, which I've opened up for free follows, so it's an easier way to keep track of the content. If you like what you see, obviously you can throw in a couple bucks, and I pull the curtain back, and we have hangouts. And we just hope you'll be along for any of the rides possible. We're always doing stuff over there. I always take advice from my community and what they want to see, because there's a ton of stuff back here that's never been on camera, and we got to get it there. So come hang out with us. You'll have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you again for bringing up the 7 in 7 days, because when you were talking about that on your stream, I was like, man, I can't wait to see that. So that's going to be really awesome. For everyone who's still here, I have to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for hanging out with Jim and then with me, because I like to have people on and showcase people, not me. And that being said, all of Jim's links are in the description. Grindheadjim.com has every link for all of his stuff, but there's a bunch more in the description. So please, if you're not up to snuff on Jim, go check it out, and it'll be worth it, because Jim's a freaking rad dude.
God, this was a blast, man. I really appreciate it.
You want to sign us out, my friend?
Sure, we can do that. Thank you to everyone here for being here, and if you're watching after the fact, thanks for that attention. Chad's awesome. I had a wonderful time. Maybe we'll be back, and we'll definitely have him over on our show. We'll hope you come along. Thanks for a great night, and I hope you all will have the best possible week. But until then, may all your card backs be straight, may all your grinds be merry, and may you be able to find anything you're looking for at any given time at a price you feel is reasonable. Good night.
I love it. Thanks for doing it. Have an awesome day.